Oh, I went to drink my espresso and I'm out. I probably shouldn't have any more, but I want more. But I get to the point where I have so much even decaf espresso that I kind of get a headache. It's really weird how it works that way. But it does nonetheless. So, hello, Galaxy. Chris Perillo here. You've tuned into the Locker Room Daily Report, or TLDR for short. We started doing this briefly with the previous stream, and then I realized, oh, wait, I set up a different stream earlier, and people had already been part of it. So I need to start that up again, if only so a notification goes out so that people know that TLDR, of course, is live on the at the permalink. The thing you gotta, and I'm gonna have to. Hey, how you doing? Remind everybody, this is basically the last day that the 24/7 live experience is happening on YouTube. We are moving 24/7 live video games geekery over to Twitch tomorrow morning. That's when it starts. If you want, you can join. You can just you can type in bang join. Head over to Discord, get the information. It's basically going to be the same experience, but it's going to be happening over there, over on Twitch. I'd be shocked if anybody who is listening right now did not know that already, but so be it. Hey VT, thank you so much for the super chat. Glad you're here. Again, tomorrow, live.perillo.com moves to Twitch. 24/7 is happening on Twitch, and we're doing this because after talking to a YouTube expert, he basically said, yeah, what you're doing is just it's not going to work very well. So Twitch handles video better, live video better than YouTube. The process won't change for all the participants at all. The only difference would be that, as you saw on Discord, because I hope you're on Discord and I hope you got notifications turned on, I laid it out in black and white, or at least whatever your screen colors are. It's been laid out right there. The link should already go to Twitch. Hello there, Sith Lord Billy. Moss up, thank you for welcoming people in. So Twitch tomorrow morning it starts, and it continues ad infinitum. So we will see you on Twitch. I assume you're following on Twitch. It's a big assumption. Hopefully it's a good assumption. Maybe it's a questionable assumption. I tend to assume. But usually when I assume, I just make an ass out of me, not the you. Thank you, Stock Market Play. Well, I have been on Twitch for years. That's not a big deal. That's not new. In fact, I just passed 9,000 followers. So we're jumping into a channel that is... Oops, sorry. That did not... I have a macro that should have fleshed out the link. Rather than my trigger. The stage is primed for this kind of activity, general geekery and nerdery, as it's happening here over there on Twitch. So same thing over there. You understand? Can I get a? You understand? So I don't want anybody saying, Chris, you didn't tell me. You didn't tell me TLDR moved to a different place. Chris, I didn't join Discord because I don't like it. I can't join Twitch because I don't like it. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Like, there's only so much one guy can do, right? I'm saying everything, and I'll do live.perillo.com. There's a reason I used that years ago, because it always redirects to the right place. Always. And so it will be currently then redirect to, it does redirect to Twitch, although I'm not sure I'm going to be broadcasting there tonight. I might, if only to let people know what's happening tomorrow morning. So thank you. That's a brief announcement to set the stage. I've got a few co-hosts tonight. Instructions unclear. Yes, Infosword. Sorry about that. We've got look at this. This is like, it is full. So Eddie, Eddie's here tonight. We've got Glendon, Eddie, Cnoop, and of course a cavalcade of other characters. With any luck, maybe we can convince StreamYard to allow us to have more than just 10 individuals. We're capped out right now. And I did put admittedly, I did put the TLDR, the screensaver. That's Eddie reminded me about Electric Sheep this morning, and so I put that in as filler. So that's what's there right now. I can take it out, if only to have 9. All right, Eddie, you want the your other cam? Because I can take the other one. I like the geeky cam. I'm personally a fan of the geeky cam. The one where you can see all the computer screens and everything. I think the more computer screens you have, Jeff was here too. I don't know if Jeff caught the update. He kind of dropped out of chat too when we flipped over. Let me go ahead and there we go. Chris B. Perillo is Alice. I can do it. I can't normally do this. We don't normally have 9.
I'm
but,
jealous.
It's the bunch.
It's great.
It's
That's
the
awesome.
Bunch. There we go. Ann B. Davis is Alice. We'll keep that there. Okay. So the only thing, I mean, I've got a few things to go through. We were just talking about UPSs before the stream restarted. A few minutes ago, I recorded a separate video on a case that Casetify sent, and I'm not sure if I'm going to be using it as my go-to case, my default case, but it is kind of funny. So what it has, it's a Dunder Mifflin, and it says "Game Over." Assistant to the regional manager, and Dwight Schrute is my official manager on this.
I
case.
like
We sent
that.
that. I did a video. I'll be posting a photo, but it's official. I've got a job as a assistant.
Know where to get all your papers from now.
Yeah, it's not what I want. It's not the job I wanted. It's not the job that I was looking for necessarily. But you got to take what you can take. It is what it is. I can't complain too loudly, I guess. Although Eddie, you may want to center yourself because you're a little off.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Off there.
Actually, I'd say
Just thought I'd mention that. Playing a producer here, Ann B. Davis, producer, live streamer, professional. So that was the thing that I got. I don't know. Do y'all use cases on your phones?
Yep.
A
You do?
very minimal one. I don't
Yeah.
like a big bulky one.
Oh, Eddie does.
Mine's-
Oh, you got yours wrapped up, dude.
Mine's wrapped up. It's got the front, but inside, I'm going to have to hide the inside because I've actually got a hospital sticker because the amount of times I go into hospital. It just makes it easy to have. It's a little life hack that I've found. Literally, put your hospital sticker inside.
Yeah.
And when you go into hospital and they go, "Who are you?" They just go, "Yep, there you go. Have fun."
Yeah. That's okay. You're low resolution right now. I don't think anybody would be able to tell what was going on there. Thank you, Tombo, for noticing that I did uninstall my hair last night. Completely uninstalled. It was a clean
It was
uninstall.
almost a clean.
No
uninstall.
DLLs left over. Dangling lobes lowered. Isn't that what they say? Getting your ears lowered? Isn't that dangling
Yes.
DLL?
Yes.
Anyway. As a reminder, and I'm going to have to repeat this, tomorrow we're going to be live on Twitch with TLDR for the 24/7 stream is moving over there. I will be repeating this regularly throughout the broadcast because people are tuning in for the first time. So yeah, I was curious about that because I guess maybe in the early days I went without a case, but I learned pretty quickly that the phones were better with cases. Now my favorite is personally the and I've used this one for a bit. This is a slim Spigen case, very slim, doesn't add much weight to it at all, doesn't add much to the profile, and most importantly, it's got a nice lip around it. So if it falls flat, there's at least some possibility of cushion on it. So that, I mean, not cushion, but like enough of a barrier around it. Not much, just maybe a millimeter, if that, around the perimeter, like mostly on the top bottom. So that and I know there are cases that as long as you've got some lip on the top of the bottom, it'll be fine. But I'd rather have as much face down protection as I could possibly get. So that's the that's the one I'm probably going to be sticking with. Of course, I'm gonna hold on to this. Like when you get a custom case like this, it's like that's so hard to pass up. Impossible to pass up. It's like, yeah, sure, I'll get a case. The thing is, I don't really watch The Office. I know enough about it, but it's not my thing. I've dipped in and out to know enough, and I'm like, yeah, it's funny, but like there are other things on, and I tend to float to the other things like Picard last night. Picard.
I saw it.
Picard.
I didn't watch it.
I did.
And what'd you think, Sinu?
I'm liking it, but I was a fan of the Next Generation stuff, so I'm pretty biased. So when I start seeing old characters, it's kind of I like it right away, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty forgiving if it's a bad episode. It's just seeing the old characters, but I thought it was pretty good. Well done.
I thought it set the stage very well. I'm more invested on this from this episode than I was the first episodes of season 1 and 2. Like this would be, I mean, but here's the thing: because the characters have already shown, you kind of need to have season 1 and 2 to appreciate what you have in 3.
Right.
Like, and that's very much always been the case. But Picard 1 and 2, yeah, I mean, they're okay. It's
Building up
fine.
to the season. This is the season that I think fan base wants to see, right?
Yeah, this is the one.
Yeah,
That,
season 1, episode 4, I went really and haven't watched it since.
well, you kind of have to. I mean, people said to suffer through The Expanse, and I'm still not going to do that. I'm not going back to The Expanse. I did it. I tried it twice. Not going to happen. And yes, season 3, I do believe, is the last. This is probably the last we'll ever see of any TNG. But I think the way they've set it up, this might very well be the best sequel. Maybe the wrong word, but like the movies they did, the Star Trek movies.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, they were okay for me. I'm like, oh yeah, I enjoyed them.
Yeah.
But I feel that Picard season 3 will be the TNG movie, so to speak, that I would have wanted, if that makes sense.
Really.
It kind of
Yeah.
it's got that feel to it, right? So if I can view it through that lens, I'll be fine. Not that like I said, I didn't really have issue with the earlier seasons. I thought they were well done, just not my jam. They did not hook me at all. So, but Star Trek's not my thing. It's not my jam, but I do enjoy it. Certainly, I absolutely enjoy it. And then I think we're gonna go see Ant-Man and Quantum Mania next week at some point. So that's on
cool.
deck for my entertainment. Okay, so shifting gears again. We've got a bit of tech news. And we covered some of this yesterday. And let me also pull up as I continue. Any other? Do y'all? Am I the only Samsung user here right now? Like talking?
I think so.
Okay. Well, that's
yeah.
great. Awesome.
However,
Yes.
I want to move to Samsung. I've had enough of iPhone's crappery.
Really?
Yeah. No, like for example, my phone over the last couple of days, I only have to go to one website and my phone gets like exceedingly hot. And it's like, why the hell is it so hot to, have it open right this second? So I've had enough of it, to be perfectly honest. I can't wait to move over.
Well,
unfortunately.
but could that be due to the iPhone's age?
It could be. It is an iPhone X.
Yeah, that could
then
be.
again,
I
I got it.
The age, then that could be. But
Yeah, I got it refurbished though, so I'm surprised.
Well, you're gonna have it's gonna be a shock, right? It's gonna be different. It's gonna be snappier. Just don't treat it like it's an iPhone. That's my number one tip.
Oh no.
The reason why I'm asking about Samsung right now is because one of the first stories that hit my radar is that Samsung has released something specifically for the Galaxy S23, but it's going to roll out to One UI as well, or at least soon enough. And it's specifically intercepting, in a good way, intercepting images that are transferred not system-wide, but specifically to Google Messages, like over SMS, or Samsung Messages. And these would be like images that could normally be transmitted that could take over your phone or install malware without you even knowing. Like if there's an exploit. And you wouldn't, with these types of attacks, these 0 days, these types of attacks are so nefarious, you don't even have to have the image loaded in order to be exploited. Like if your phone receives the image, all they need to know is your number and it's on your phone, right? It's just transmitted to your phone. So Samsung, even though they've never had an active exploit, done it. They're trying to stay ahead of the game. So I was like, whoa. Like, I knew that could theoretically happen. And I've been concerned about it, certainly. But now I guess I can kind of breathe a sigh of relief. I thought it was an interesting security feature that they were touting, and it'll be rolling out to One UI 5.1 or above here soon. So other Samsung owners will be able to have that feature as well. iPhone users, I don't know what to tell you. Talk to Apple. Talk to Tim Apple. Roblox testing a tool that lets players use natural language to create and change the appearance. So All right, y'all are into Minecraft somewhat.
Not me. No.
Yep.
I
am.
know of it,
Yes.
but I'm not into it.
Glendon.
I dabble.
Okay, so Roblox, not exactly Minecraft. I've never had any experience with Roblox. Everything I've heard about it would make me not want to have an experience with Roblox, but kids love it. And parents probably hate it because of all the microtransactions. This is one of the reasons why I'm like, when she said, oh, let's do Roblox, I'm like, you have Minecraft. We're not going to get Roblox, you have Minecraft. So I'm not going to be buying Robux or whatever and going down that rabbit hole and throwing money away. Like, at this point, when you earn your money, when you earn it, you can spend it however you want. If that means digital bucks, knock yourself out. But, you know, when I'm controlling the finances, we're not going to be going down that path. But it's interesting that they're using generative AI effectively inside of Roblox. So to be able to use natural language, right, to basically transform that experience is pretty awesome. That sounds, if it wasn't Roblox, like that would be like, whoa, I would want to try that. But I'm not going to get into Roblox. It's not my thing. But that I thought was interesting, if only for use of generative AI. I'm bullish personally on generative AI. I think you know, AI is going to eat the world, literally. You know, you kind of like, I feel here's where we are with AI. Remember when the iPhone was released, right? And then we had, you know, a few people had it, and then suddenly it was just this huge spike, and now we're kind of leveling out with smartphones. It's just like no one really cares. I mean, people care, but it's like,
Right.
we've seen it, we've had one, not a big deal. But I feel we're right here with AI, and we're about to do this with AI.
Yep.
Because we're nowhere near this. I'm telling you, the tools I am seeing be released are just, I mean, incredible. Like, just like, I'm like, wow, you could do that. Like, I can't have all the tools because, of course, a lot of them, you know, cost money. But whether we're talking things like Midjourney or ChatGPT, which I used today when I set up the new video, I needed to write a description. I'm like, ChatGPT, write the description, then I'll edit it from there. I mean, I'm not gonna copy and paste the description wholesale because it just doesn't work. It's not gonna fit the context. But if I get enough of a starting point and words to wrap around, I can just replace things and go from there. That's typically how I've been using ChatGPT, or fleshing out keywords. I needed to make keywords for the video description for the case video, right? And so I just asked ChatGPT, top keywords for Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra case, write a description, and then bam. So I was able to basically build the metadata for a YouTube video in minutes and save so much time mentally. Like that's just a boon, an absolute boon. So, you know, as much as I may not be interested in Roblox, I'm very, very keen on watching interesting news around AI and releases. I subscribe to Ben's Bytes. He always has interesting discoveries of tools and updates in and around AI. I was posting them in the newsletter for a brief time, and I'm like, I just couldn't keep up. That's Ben's Bytes. If you Google, I think, let's see here, Ben's Bytes. Yeah, that's it, Ben's Bytes. That's the number one result. He sends out an email newsletter that has basically all the day's news for AI and services that have been launched in and around AI. And some of them are really useful. Some of them are like, oh yeah, I got to remember that. The bottom line is, if you're trying to do something that is taxing, today, chances are there's an AI or a service that will do that or make it easier for you to do. Am I the only one bullish on AI?
Nope.
No, I think the other part of this is for computer programming, like the self-healing and rewriting itself and that sort of deal. I think that's where it's going to really take off. It's going to be like writing programs, really.
Well, that's kind of happening now.
Yeah, you can already do that in.
It's already doing that, but it's going to get even better, right, as it goes along.
Does AI scare you at all?
Oh yeah. I mean, current technology scares me. It's because in the wrong hands, it's dangerous. But you know,
I think we're going a little too fast with it, because it's like everything else, right? The government takes forever to wrap their head around it, to be able to have like laws or whatever else and policies and whatever you want to.
I think the biggest problem is complacency. if you put too much into technology and don't know what the hell it's doing, you're asking for trouble. Not that the bots.
And with AI, that's so easy to lose your way very quickly when you're just autopilot. Don't know what it's doing, but it's doing something.
Well, that's, it reminds me when Fusion Developer noted, because he's all about AI voice changers. I also saw news today, it's not listed here, but Apple has a patent on transforming a text message into that person's voice. Like if I send you a text message and whatever, like in text,
wow,
it could read it back in my voice, which
gets into the deep fake again, right?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
I mean, if you can deep fake somebody's, appearance, and now you can take their voice.
How can you trust any camera evidence at this point when we're getting to that point, right? If there's a crime that's been done, how can you trust camera and voice or whatever evidence when you know that stuff's out there? And if someone's pleading, I didn't do that, somebody's made up some sort of video that looks like me, talks like me, but it's not me.
Yeah, it really takes away the without a shadow of a doubt.
That was the plot point for. Sorry, Eddie.
I've just added it for you in tech news for you. I just found the article.
You what? Oh, you
I've just added the article. Yep.
Oh, thank you. At the top.
Yep.
Or where?
It should be titled Apple Deepfake, right at the very top.
I'm not seeing it yet. Did you put it in the tech news category on?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's in
Twitch?
the tech news
Or
category.
on Discord? I'm not seeing it.
On Discord.
Weird.
I'll send it directly in case you have
It's
any
okay.
issues.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it because it would show up at the top if I was. All right. Well, that's okay. Thank you, Eddie. That's appreciated. Another video that I've been bubbling on because I did a short on it a while ago, but like this is an area where I'm not bullish at all. So Tencent just laid off, or basically cut its 300 strong metaverse unit, and dropped VR hardware plans. This is where I feel about VR. I think VR is just like interesting. What Apple does with it might be even more interesting. Although again, we've talked about this. It may be mixed reality, AR, VR, but the metaverse. For a while, everyone was talking about the metaverse because Facebook, the juggernaut, pivoted to Meta, right? And they said, "Oh, we're gonna all in on the metaverse." And I'm like, even then, when everyone was getting swept up in it, I was just sitting there and going, "Yeah, I don't."
Was everyone getting swept up in it though?
That's the thing. What?
Not me.
Was everybody really getting swept up in it? It seemed to die off.
You weren't. You might not have been. I wasn't. But a lot of the cycles were just sucked, just like Bitcoin and NFTs. Like it just sucks the air out of the room.
Yeah.
And so metaverse, just kind of the idea of the metaverse, I'm fine with, right? But I just feel we are so far off, and it's not reachable immediately. It's not accessible immediately. We can build towards that idea, absolutely. But right now, like that all that hype around the metaverse, I feel, and even NFTs and Bitcoin has been funneled directly into AI. All that energy into AI immediately. So yeah, I'm disappointed to hear that people are potentially out of work, but this doesn't surprise me. I mean, after Meta came out and said, then you knew there was going to be problems everywhere else.
Right.
You knew that was going to happen. That was just, it doesn't take a genius to figure that out. So I don't know if we're going to be hearing a lot about the metaverse, for a while. Maybe Apple will kick that up again, although the idea of the metaverse is open, so it could not be owned by Apple. But I think Apple is going to potentially give a gateway, give a possibility for a gateway of the promise and potential of what it could be if they do it right. So, Infosword says, just a heads up, Meta has made a new policy going forward where the January 1st, 2024, you must have a Meta account and a Horizon account in order to use any Oculus VR hardware. Well, given that I don't use it, I think Infosword, you're on it though too. Before massive surge in accounts made because you're forced to. Oof. Yeah, and I hear you, Grant, by the way, about AI. The biggest issue for him is, although it's mainly excellent, it only takes one nefarious use to create a massive tragedy. Yep, I agree. In the wrong hands, technology is a dangerous thing. It's like I had a conversation with someone and they were telling me, they said, "Oh, but this person's intelligent," and they meant it in a good way, right? This person is very smart, and I said back to them, I said, "Yeah, they're very smart." And you got to, it's a double-edged sword, right? So technology works in the same way. Yes, it could be used, for good reasons, but it could also be used for bad reasons, right? It is not neutral, and we're just playing with it at this point. I don't know if we're quite at the point where it's playing with fire. I think we're having fun with it. I think this is kind of the having fun with it stage, and I admit it. I am enjoying it. And like I said, subscribe to Ben's Bites if you haven't. If you're into AI at all, and if you're not subscribed, you should. And even if you're not sure about it, it will give you a better idea of like different apps and services that some of them are free, and some of them that could end up being very helpful for you in your endeavors. Ben's Bites, strong recommendation, free. It's a free newsletter, easy. I mean, I look at it. I mean, it's one newsletter I do not delete. Like I just like it because he's always got. It's amazing what he finds every single day. Okay, so
just continue on with AI.
Yeah,
I've just done a quick search up for like tech news in general.
Yeah,
and I've posted this as another topic, so whether it comes up is another matter. But Microsoft has limited Bing Chat, which is using the AI,
right,
to 5 replies to stop the AI from getting real weird. Yeah, according to what they're saying as well. Bing Chat will now be capped at 50 questions per day, and 5 per session after the search engine was seen insulting users, lying to them, and emotional manipulating them.
Yeah.
See, we're only as good as the technology as it was written. I don't think the world's ready for that kind of thing yet. Not integrated with Bing, not integrated with Google. I use ChatGPT contextually, right? But not anything.
Funny how quickly it went nasty like that.
Now, are you serious? Funny? No. How? I'm surprised it didn't happen even faster than it happened. Like you thought it was no. It should have. People topple this stuff all the time. All the time. Now, do you use ChatGPT, Sinu?
No, I haven't.
Really?
No.
Oh,
I
dude.
Need to.
I use it
anyway. I haven't had a need to.
Well, like if you're having you need to write a PowerShell script, it might be able to help get you started. Like it can give you the context. I mean, this is where it works, and it works very well. Like it just gives you a good starting point, and good ideation for just getting the process out. It's become an absolute must. I'm like as Microsoft integrates it with Office and whatever, or Google does more with it. It's become as critical to me as anything else. I don't even not think about it. I think about it immediately. Like I need to do something.
How do you stop kids for like writing their essays and stuff now? Like everybody's getting an A+, right? Yeah,
when I was doing my university degree, my mum was actually a university degree teacher / she knew how the exams work, and there is automatic ways that they can tell. So if someone did, for example, write an essay that was using AI, and then everyone else started using it, it would be very quickly detected. But it's that whole, did you write it? Did you understand it? I feel like AI should be treated in a way that it needs to be treated with its respect that it needs. Don't let your laurels down in simple answers, and watch what you put in, because whatever you put on the internet, which is the same in AI, will come back to haunt you at some point if you're not careful.
Well, I need to practice my prompting. I know I need to do a way better job with prompting. I and I've learned and I've looked at templates for prompting, but I need to get better at it. I really do, because I feel that would make the outputs even better and less generic. The more specific you can be in your prompting, the better. Just like with Midjourney. I did cancel my Midjourney subscription because I wasn't using it. It was fun, and then that fun kind of wore off. So until Microsoft integrates it with their suite, because they've got a tool where it's like, I can't remember what it's called, but they already announced that they're going to be launching a tool like that at some point in the near future. Eddie, I saw you did update, but like for some reason, mine, mine did not update on this end. Date posted. I may have to refresh. I don't know why the client's not updating. It's so bizarre. All right, so this is one for all you gamers, and I know we've got a few here. Apple held a press event showing off its latest advances in gaming. So I thought, I mean, that's not a surprise. They're trying to get more developers to use their platform, to develop for their platform.
Right.
Which makes sense. So I think as Apple continues down the path with their M series processors, the idea that gaming doesn't work or exist on the Mac, I think in 5 years is going to be antiquated. I'm going to say 5. That's
right. 5
years, I feel, is plenty of time to have a shift because you've got the power. The power is there. There's zero doubt about that. It's a matter of getting the developers on board. I can game on the Mac. I mean, it may not be the same way that you might on a PC. I may have different problems than I might on a PC. But it's every bit as usable for me as it might be for somebody else. So, yeah,
my only concern is keeping it affordable.
Keeping what affordable?
The gaming on a Mac, because the majority of the people out there can't afford the cost of a Mac.
Yeah, but can they afford the cost of a video card? So, like,
right, that niche of people can.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't. Oh, I see what you're saying. So I think there will, with the Apple lines, I think there will always be the MacBook entry levels. I think there will always be the MacBook Airs and a simple Mac and an iMac. There will always be the basics. But I think going to the extreme end, and I mean, like, you've got the Studio, you've got the Mac Pro for the people who need to crunch video. But I think they're going to see an even deeper value in targeting the gamer demographic.
And who would they be going after? Do you think it would be more that they want to compete more with the consoles or actually PC gaming?
I think, probably closer to a console than PC gaming.
Yeah, I would think so too. I think a lot of people lean to the PC gaming because of all the old games that are already out there as well, right? And that kind of thing. So I don't know. I think they think they're playing well with their Apple TV and the arcade, but that doesn't. I don't know too many people that are actually doing that.
Some of you may not remember the days of walking into an electronics store and seeing one title on 5 different platforms.
Right.
Yeah.
Commodore 64, Apple II, Atari, TRS-80. They all had their advantages.
Back then, they competed, right?
Had their disadvantages.
When the Apple II, they certainly were a competitor with the other PC games then.
Oh yeah.
Like I know I had an uncle that had an Apple II, and I loved going over his place and playing Frogger and all the different ones were on the Apple II back then. It was very much
mentioned
another
video cards. So, and I'm not trying to brag or nothing. I mean, I think everybody tries to brag about how bad or how strong their machine is, but my video card is still going for $1,600. So to say I can't afford a Mac is an absolute lie.
Well, but
wasn't talking about you.
But I think what Glendon was saying was a different. I misunderstood what Glendon was saying, but I think I clarified it. Did I clarify?
No, I get that. I don't think it's the price point, because if you think about most video games retail for about $60, right? Regardless if they're on a console or if they're on a PC or if they're going to be on a Mac. And if Apple's going to go into that, they're just going to get royalties from
But I think what Glendon was saying, and Glendon, feel free. I mean, if I'm getting
go ahead.
Because I think what Glendon was saying is, as long as Apple doesn't make it just for those types of users, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That makes sense. I totally agree. But I don't think they would.
That was my concern. Not that people wouldn't buy it.
Yeah.
No.
I think it would work much like, in that sense, like a PC, right? Like, or even the Xbox Series S versus the Xbox.
Right. And whatever it is, I'm pretty sure it's going to have a subscription-based plan of some sort whenever it gets to that, because that's where everybody's going to now. And I think the days of seeing a lot of a lot of software in hand are over. It's all going to be digital.
I as someone who I do have Apple Arcade, because there are times that I have believe it or not, a free moment and I'm not jamming on a task to be able to play a game in this stream of mine. It does happen. And Apple, the Apple Arcade just makes it easy to just pull up a game, have it a screen cap, and then play it that way. For the most part, for some of the bigger games,
Apple would do something where they have exclusive titles for their platform, which is notorious.
Well, there's always going to be that.
PlayStation has titles that are strictly PlayStation and Xbox.
Yep, definitely.
Phantom Printer says, I do not see Macs attracting gamers. Today, gamers love to buy from PC or SI, build their PC. They have not embraced Macs, nor does Apple need to. They do need to, because they need another market, and they have the power. This Mac that I'm running on is every bit as powerful as many PCs that are out there today that people game on. So I agree with you in the sense that that gamers aren't necessarily attracted to Macs today. 5 years from now, I think it's going to be a different story. I think the idea of GeForce has their cloud service, Xbox has their cloud service.
Yep.
Sony's working on one, or they have one.
Sony's trying to do it, and they're working through Microsoft and using their servers for it.
Yep.
So, I feel that Apple is going to go down the same path. I think you're going to have an Apple. The Apple Arcade is going to go to not download but stream in your web browser service, or onto your TV. I really believe that that's its play.
But if that's as far as they're going to go with it, do you really think it's going to bring over PC gamers to want a Mac?
But it's not about bringing over this generation of PC gamers. It's looking at the next gen, right? It's looking at what's our next market. If we've tapped out the professional market and there's no more runway there, where are we going to go with this? Or think about it, they've got this device now at this point, right? Clearly they don't have it now, but this gear that you wear on your head, they need they need developers for it. And the best seller of any platform is games. I mean, as much as I may not play games that much, I mean, I take that back. Today, I played 2 games on my phone. You may be interested in knowing there is a vintage version of Minesweeper available for free on Android, the vintage style Minesweeper. I was playing that, and that was fun. And then I also downloaded a seemingly a non-crappy version, like not filled with ads or upsells or whatever of Touch Tetris. So that's gamers, the future gamers, even Jedi. She plays Minecraft on her iPad. Could she play on a PC? Yes. Am I going to give her a PC to play Minecraft? No. Will she go to a PC? Possibly. Will she go to a Mac at that point? Maybe. She'd probably be I'd be happier with her on a Mac because I had to manage Windows at this stage. So I'm like, if I'm the one who's got to manage the technology, I got to make it as simple as possible for me to manage. That's why she's on an iPad now. So I don't know if it's about today's array of gamers, more about setting the stage for the next set of gamers, as well as the next hardware for gamers, as well as games moving beyond needing to be tethered to a PC and instead running in a web browser. It may not work now. It may not be perfect now, but it's in some cases good enough for enough people. And when you're good enough for enough people, that's a delta. That's a big delta that could save you on having to upgrade maybe to the latest thing, unless you wanted to run locally, right? Or having to get the best video card. Unless, of course, you want to run locally and you want to have that option. I think having both options is important in the ecosystem, certainly. So I think...
Isn't that what Stadia was, though?
Yep. Yes.
Right.
Google isn't a gaming company, nor is Google a product company, nor does Google have anything to complement what that is apart from their data centers. They didn't have the developer relationships. It was priced set, and they didn't have the library. So they didn't have a library to be able to sell. So people weren't buying into the service. And since they didn't have anybody buying into the service, no one was using the service. And since no one was using the service, no one was developing for it. So they got caught eating their own tail. It wasn't a bad idea. Technologically speaking, Google Stadia, as you pointed out, Ozarok, as well as Infosword, it wasn't the idea. Unfortunately, it was the execution. And so Apple has computers. They have developer relationships by way of whether we're talking about an iPhone, this is clearly not an iPhone, or Mac. They've got users. They just need more, quote unquote, content to serve those users. So,
well, in the video game industry, it pulled in approximately 180 billion last year.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
So
the number
makes
one
financial
grossing
sense
entertainment
to-
in the world.
to move into that market.
This is a great reason why this has got video games mostly in this stream. That's
If you want to compete right now, I don't necessarily think game streaming is going to bring enough people in.
No, not yet.
That's one of the reasons why Stadia failed as well. I know it's many other things because of Google, but me that actually had it for a while, Stadia, and having like a massive pipe, right? Like I have 3 gig up and 3 gig down, so bandwidth was not a problem. But and you did still see issues with latency and whatnot with it, right? And even a little bit of garbled here and there or whatever. So most gamers won't put up with that. If you're playing a rinky-dink game that's like a mobile game, people don't mind, but to get the hardcore gamers that latency and everything is everything for when you're in those first person shooters and whatever else.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's not ready for the competitive landscape.
Yeah,
yet.
so the only thing that Apple would have going for it is what Stadia really should have done and what they failed on is getting exclusives. Maybe even going out and buying a few developing companies and then say, okay, start loading up with exclusives. So say, wow, I want to play that game. And it's enough to make people go out. And that's the reason why some people like myself have both a PS5 and an Xbox Series X, right?
Guilty.
So you'll get that with that. But I really think in 5 years' time, it's hard to say. But I still think that if they're going to go into that market, they better be ready to have a lot of exclusives and stuff that you can't play anywhere else to make it that much more enticing to go over there. Now, if they if they couple that up with a service, like become the Netflix of video games, right, where it's a lot of titles just at your fingertips and being able to play without having to download, update, or whatever, and that. So if you couple that with a fairly good price, then I think they could compete. But if they're not going to do those things, I don't know if they're going to be doing well, or they might get pushed on the wayside, because what they're doing right now it's mobile gaming on your Apple TV if you want to play on a big screen right now. And I have no use for mobile games. I don't play them. I don't like them. So it's only a certain type of gamers that do like that, right?
How dare you?
I'm with I used to a little bit, but it's just like how they develop and stuff. But it's just something that it's just
Gamers, but then look at people like my wife. People game when she has like a free moment.
Sure.
So that she is more of a. She's not a gamer, nor does she identify as a gamer, but she's still a market to be served by at least by the mobile, the accessibility of playing the game.
Doing because Apple Arcade is kind of that already, right?
It is, but there's a reason they're only charging $5 a month for it.
There's still a risk though, that landscape could just get too crowded.
Sorry, I couldn't. Jeff, you're a little muffled, but what?
No, it's my webcam. There's also the risk too that the landscape gets just too crowded.
There's a stream issue.
What?
There's a stream issue at the moment.
The streamer burping?
Same buffering big time.
Yeah, I had a big issue just then when all my cameras just disconnected all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Check mine.
Back here. Okay, here.
Coming back.
Hey, back. Good to see you. Oh, back. Just so you know, again, I don't know if you saw the Discord, but tomorrow we're going to be streaming on. I don't think this is YouTube though. I think this is. Well, it has to be something between.
StreamYard's looking good.
StreamYard's fine.
Getting better than you'd want to ask for StreamYard, but YouTube's not looking so hot.
What is?
Intermittent stuttering.
YouTube looks okay to me.
It looks okay. The problem is it's choppy audio.
Oh, okay. I have the audio muted for that.
Yeah.
I can mute myself here and have a.
Looks okay to me.
It looks okay. The problem is it's choppy audio. Oh, now it's not choppy
Okay,
audio.
I have the audio muted for that.
Yeah. Okay.
So we were talking about games. I kind of wish there would be more of those like real life games, like Pokemon Go, whatever that kind of game is. And also, they actually turned off the Minecraft game. I forgot what it was called, but it was like the AR version of Minecraft, where you can like build in real life, and then you can leave that thing there, and other people can see it too, and they can build on it. Minecraft style, like through your phone, and you can kind of see, it like plants itself onto the floor, and you can kind of build on top and stuff like that. And I think they purposely turned that off when COVID came out, because supposedly, I guess they didn't want to be blamed for like people coming together to build, and but I wish people would like do more of those games, because when Pokemon Go came out, I remember, I know this is a long time ago, it's like 2016, but it was so weird because I used to go walk in the park, and you would go to this park and there would be people walking around, and you instantly knew what they were doing because everyone was like this more than normally,
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about too. I never got into Pokemon Go. Yeah, a lot of AR. We're gonna see a lot more of that coming soon. I really do. See, this is a good topic. We got into it, got good interactivity, fleshed it out.
Like I was thinking, like, I know this kind of already exists in some fashion, and I kind of like realized this accidentally. Like I was just walking around, and where I lived, there was a manhole cover, and when you look at it, if you pay attention, it was actually misspelled. It has the city name on it, and it's kind of funny. And they I forgot what it was. They added a letter or removed a letter, but it was clearly misspelled when you look at it. And I thought to myself, I was like, this would be cool if I just took a picture of this sort of out of context, with nothing else around, just this manhole cover, but it's still weird. And then ask somebody else, hey, can you find this? You know what I'm saying? And it's somehow like, that's a game. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to add more to it to make it fun, and then other people can actually contribute to the game by taking pictures of these out of context pictures, and then challenging people to find that thing. Because when you look at the picture, you're like, nah, there can't be a misspelled manhole cover, because that's a physical thing. It's forged. There's a template somewhere, which means there's a lot of them that are wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
I totally do.
It'd be interesting to see what type of genre of games is the best selling of them all. Just to know what really grabs people, what people just seem to, or the majority of them have to have, and as far as game, and what kind of genre that would be.
Right.
Is it because mobile is something different? Because mentioning that's again something that would not interest me. You wouldn't catch me playing Pokemon Go and going down the road. But when that was a fad and came out, like everybody was playing it. You saw everybody everywhere doing it, right? It did die off, I thought, pretty quickly too, right? And people got kind of tired of it, but it was something new and something to try. But I don't know. I guess I'll keep saying that like if Apple can maybe buy a couple of developing companies and come out with some exclusives and kind of compete that way, I think they can beef up. Otherwise, they're going to continue on with their Apple Arcade, which is probably doing okay because it's feeding that market and people that, especially if they're mobile gaming, then they're getting a lot more value than going out and buying each one of those games separately, right? So
yeah,
we'll see. We'll talk about it in 5 years.
Yeah.
Speaking of 5 years, iOS 16.4 beta is out. 5 years from now, hopefully iOS won't suck. I said that 5 years ago, and here we are 5 years later, and it still sucks. It sucks even more with every passing year because it's not getting any better. Anyway, new beta's out.
Management change.
Oh my god, that's honestly, Sinu, Tim Cook done a great job, but I believe one of the next in line would be a tech product.
Absolutely.
CEO.
Yeah.
And if and when that happens, then we're talking. Then it's like, all right, Now, let's get this straight, people. Let's do this right.
Yep.
Because it's been rudderless as far as I'm concerned for years. The vision for product has just been rudderless. So
we're due for another must-have device of some sort or tech. You know, like that's the reason why I like Nintendo so much, because Nintendo is never afraid to innovate. And they every console and everything that they come out with practically is something entirely different, a new controller, a new way of doing things. And they've crashed and burned on some of them, right? There was the Virtual Boy, and Wii U didn't happen so hot. Wii U was kind of a stepping stone to the Switch and that. But every one of their products is very innovative, right from the get-go, right? Their original NES was a whole different way of controller instead of like using a joystick, and we need more of that.
I agree.
Companies aren't afraid and not saying, hey, this is latch onto something and say, this is working for us, so how long can we milk that cash cow and not be innovative anymore, right? Being willing to put stuff out there and see if it sticks, and then saying if crash and burn, the loss. Because if you do that enough times and you got enough money like Apple does, they're bound to find something that's going to stick again. But lately it's just like, Glenda and I were talking about the other night, like, done with like the laptops and stuff where they're all that silver, aluminum, body on the Macs, and now they're finally starting with a little bit of color in that again, and it's like, okay, so it's like they've really been milking that out for quite a while. So out of Apple, everything just seems to be a refresh.
I think Apple's banking on those goggles is to be the next big thing. I think that's going to be the next paradigm shift. I think that's what they're banking on.
Yeah, but initially it's going to be like 2 to 3 hours battery life, and you got to be tethered to your desk, basically.
Sure.
So,
we're sure it's actual goggles, right? It's not going to be like
yes, yep.
I believe it'll be like headgear.
Yeah. So, good luck with that. Because
I just want them to.
Not everybody is. Yeah.
Keep the hardware, change the software. I'll be fine. I feel like I would be able to do it so much easier if the software was just so much more palatable, and it isn't. It's not even close to being palatable right now.
And that's probably enough for now. If they've ran out of ideas on how to make something flashy for somebody to buy, because they're good at that anyway. Everything looks pretty good anyway.
Marketing.
Even though they do milk things out for a while with some of the the form factor of their products or whatever, right, or the look of it. But if they were to overhaul their software and do something that's really catchy and a lot of new features that people really like, it would really grab people again, right? So it doesn't necessarily, when I say being innovative, it doesn't necessarily need to be on the hardware side, right?
No, the hardware's perfectly ample. Mm-hmm. We've seen that with the M1 Silicon and the M2. I mean, it's perfectly capable of handling most any task well. It's the software that's lacking.
That's the Mac software does not annoy me nearly as much. There are times that it can't. They're trying to bring iPad apps to the desktop, and a lot of developers complain about that, and for good reason. Like, it's all the functionality and native functionality is nerfed. Like, it's a barely functional widget basically, and it's a good idea, horrible execution. And this is what happens when you don't have a product guy at the helm, or gal. Like, just someone who's not product minded driving it. That's what's interesting about the YouTube CEO change, is the fact that Neil is product minded. Granted, he's the one who brought YouTube blockchain and NFT crap, but or Bitcoin or whatever the hell. But still, having someone with product minded in charge gives you a better product, and that to me has been so with Apple is so long overdue. Isn't Panos over at Microsoft? He's a product guy.
I think so.
Yeah, driving everything. This is the reason why we have Windows 11 and all those changes, because the product person's in charge. Put the product person in charge. And that's just, it's aggravating. So yeah, ain't nothing having me rushing to upgrade to a beta of that platform. No way, no how. May be interesting to everybody who streams on Twitch. Little feature here. Twitch now lets streamers tag channels and stream titles. You may have to be doing that. Because then, because you can do shout outs on Twitch natively. Yep. And as a reminder, we're on Twitch tomorrow. So if you're not following over there and you're going, where's Chris? Why is the 24/7 stream not here? Because it's over on Twitch as of tomorrow.
Are you still doing TLD over here then?
Over there.
Over there.
Yeah. Yep. And I think tomorrow I want to experiment with TLDR. If we're going to be on screen, I think because I'm worried about audio sync. I'm worried slightly about it. Because I don't know if we're going to be resetting every day. We may have to, if you're going to be on having like a game going or something like that, or a screencast or a screen share, or doing something mindless on the screen, completely mindless. Because otherwise, I like I said, I get a little concerned that
there will be sync issues. We've seen it with MakerDeck. So it may be best to not have faces there whenever we do the TLDR all the time, unless it's right after a reset.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is just plan on jumping in, just have a game going, and they're like doing something like that. Amazon. Okay, this is the news that I found, or the ones that kind of like, Amazon is changing its back to office policy, telling corporate workers to come in 3 days a week. This would be anger inducing, but here's the thing: they can do it. They can do it, as in the market is in their favor. Like, what are employees going to do? Well, F you, I'm going to go work for it. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're going to come into the office for 3 days a week, and you're going to like it. So, I don't feel for the people that have to go. I feel for the people who lost their job, but I also feel for the people who have to go into work again, specifically to the office to work again. I think this is an asinine decision. I think this is basically them saying, well, we paid for all this real estate. Let's do something with it. I think it was management's problem to fix. Like, this is just baffling. I'd be angry. I'd be so angry about this.
I'm very lucky that my company that I work for has embraced it so much, and now they want to sell our head office building and just rent space somewhere as well. So
the company that I was working for is doing the same thing. They have really embraced. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Am I still choppy?
You're fine.
No, you're
your
good
mic
now.
was just it's a muted mic. It's a webcam mic, not a.
Yeah.
I've got my mixer and my real mics under my desk. I haven't plugged it all in.
Yeah.
We just closed my office, 40,000 square feet, $3.5 million in construction that we wasted for 3 people to be in the office for 2 years.
I wonder what did they publish what the reasoning is? Are they seeing that their productivity is going down and they're
Amazon?
Yeah. I wonder what the reasoning is.
You know what?
Or
Here's
just
the thing.
want to feel good about that
they don't
they're
need
using.
a reason. They don't need a reason apart from we say so. We believe.
What brought them to that conclusion? I know we wouldn't know. That's probably close.
Well, again, they believe that teams tend to be better connected with one another when they see each other in person more frequently. That's their belief. Learning from one another is easier in person. Being able to walk over a few feet,
given cultures
space,
are different,
collaborating and inventing. I'm not saying they're making this up, but this is it's reasonable to agree with that. I'm like, I can see the value of it, but forcing people to do it, I don't know is going to have the same impact, because now these workers.
I get along more with a lot of the people I work with now, because I'm, there was a tendency that they're at my desk too often, and that now, they don't really bug until they ping, or I virtually put the hand up, like I'm in the middle of something, let me finish my sentence or whatever, right?
Right.
So if they're chatting or whatever, rather than I'm right in the middle of something, somebody plops down in front of my desk, right? So which angered a lot of people, right, and stuff like that, but I don't know. But again, I'm only looking at it from my view and the culture that we have at where I work. Maybe they have a different culture of how people were working and what their habits were, and maybe they have a lot of non-self-starting people and stuff. And I'm just wondering if they're seeing that it's productivity is kind of going down for them, and that's why they want to pull them back.
Well, they outlined. I just listed the reasons. It's on the article too, but those are the reasons. It's the problem that I would have is the commute. It's not exactly right around the corner. right, from where people live necessarily. So the commute is going to add at least 2 more hours to the average day, and doing something that you don't want to do. I mean, in the first place, like go back to the office.
Yeah, the company I work for was fully remote actually before all of the coronavirus stuff started. And we don't even have a headquarters actually. We're a very small company, like about 20 people, but it's been almost like 3 years. So it's not like they're not doing well, they're doing well. And previous to that, I used to be a conventional commute to work kind of guy, go to work, come home. And I kind of didn't want to be remote work because I thought it would be bad in a way, right? But I really like it because you get a lot more flexibility. If you need to run errands or pick your kids up and stuff like that, it's so much better. And I was surprised, like the company that I work for, they really don't do anything directly to like check on you. Like, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Are you doing this? We have things to do, right? I'm a software engineer, and they, it's very clear if you're doing stuff or not doing stuff. And I've even vocally asked them, I'm like, why do you guys not just say like, is it ready yet? Is it ready yet? And they're like, because that would be annoying. And we can see that people are doing work anyway, so it's fine. And in terms of like, the one thing I do miss though about going to an office, is that I will say that I feel like I'm more connected to people when I'm in the office. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can talk to them more, you can make jokes. Because right now I use Slack. We use Slack, and we communicate that. Yeah, we communicate that way. But to be honest, it's very robotic. Like, it feels very robotic that way. It's hard to make jokes like that. I know there's memes and stuff. We don't tend to do that. Maybe we should. But we had one retreat where we actually all met. We never all met together in real life in a course of 3 years, mostly because we were like postponing it because of coronavirus, etc. And when we did meet, it was fine. It was cool. We met for a week. We hung out. We did a lot of cool stuff, to kind of like bond together. But honestly, after that, it still didn't feel like as much as I would know somebody who you go to lunch with every day or something. And then don't get me wrong, there's people at work that you don't want to be around too, right? Yeah. So,
it goes both ways, right? How often would you say that you're communicating with your coworkers like via webcam? Because it happens a lot with us.
Okay, so we actually have like a weekly thing that we do, mostly just to hang out. We call it Coffee Friday, and we hang out for about an hour. We talk about random stuff, usually not about work, and we have webcams on mostly. And then we have, like, for me, I have one engineering besides meeting that week. But beyond that, though, like I've even told them, I'm like, dude, guys, there's days that go by where just nothing's happening on Slack. Granted, it's only 20 people, right? And not all 20 people are the same roles. We have different roles going on, right? And but there's just not a lot going on. What I found out, because you can look at the Slack statistics, and I've pieced together a lot of stuff myself, but basically 80-90% of the communication is private messages, because people feel that, not because they're hiding anything, it's just that they don't feel it's applicable to everybody else, and they don't want to like
create noise for other people that are working, right?
Right. So like 90% of the communication is private messages, but it makes it look like nothing's happening. If you just look at Slack only, it makes it look like nothing's going on. So it's harder to like connect with people, I think, in that way, at least in my experience.
Yeah, for me, I prefer the hot desk environment. So for example, I'm starting my own company, and the days that when I finally hire someone, I'm going to have a hot desk environment where people can come in, because there could be days, like you were saying, that it's just very quiet, and you're thinking, who am I with? Who's this with? Whereas if you have like a hot desking day where you can go, maybe I want to go into work, or maybe the kids at home are too loud, or maybe the pets at home are, really annoying you, and you just want that spatial break. Because of course you're surrounded by things you love, which of course, Chris, this is more for you. Like, you're surrounded by all this Star Wars that's around you. Has that ever been like a distraction when it comes to other type of stuff?
All the time, yes. I get distracted.
Yeah.
All the time by my Star Wars.
I've got a dedicated room that I have just set like an office. I do not work down here because it's just too much. So where I am, I go upstairs and it just feels like, a bigger cubicle than what I had when I used to work and go in the 9 to 5 every day anyway.
But I know I'm gonna get stuff done. Like the things I need to get done, I gotta get done. Like I mean,
Right.
now y'all can see sometimes, like throughout the day, you can see me. I'm like, this is what I'm doing. I gotta get this done. Okay, I gotta let me do this. Let me do that. You're seeing
And
what
that's
happens in my time.
self-discipline, right? If you're a self-disciplined
Yes.
person and being a self-starter, which
Yes.
you are, and I assume a lot of us are on this call, because if you're not that, then you would not do well with working at home, and you would probably fail. Right?
And
you gotta be.
another behavior that I noticed myself like doing or reacting to is anytime I get a Slack message, it's just like that default sound. It's like a tick 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 sound,
Tick, tick,
whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. But here's my problem. For me, it's always something bad. It's always something bad.
You get anxiety when you hear it.
Yes, exactly.
It's a
Matter of fact,
yeah.
you know what I do? I actually made a game for myself. I try to, before I look of who it is, I try to guess who it is and what it's roughly going to be about, because that's always what happens. And no one ever sends me a text saying, "Yay, it's working." I never get that. It's always, usually it's like a trap leading question. It's like, is it supposed to do this? And then and then I say, yes. And they say, well, it's not. You see what I'm saying? Like, so it's always like the same. It's a couple of things it's like a pachinko machine, but with only so many ways that it can happen.
That happened to me today. Yeah. I was doing I was typing and I heard the sound on my tablet, and I was like, that's not a good sound. I was like, I know that sound. It's like,
yeah. And actually,
what I missed? What happened now?
Yeah. And actually, ever since you started the TLDR, which I know, I mean, unless I missed something, is very recent in comparison to the reboot of Locker Gnome.
Yeah.
I actually really like the TLDR because I struggle to have the energy to go and find out about the stuff that you guys find and then let everybody else know about. And I'm also not good about knowing where to go and find all that kind of stuff. So I like it, like when you guys do that, it actually helps me a lot. Yeah, it helps me a lot to like stay up on what's going on, because I'm not good at doing that. I'm good at like looking into things on my own, but what you guys
really
provide.
I'm good at doing it. This is what I love doing. Is what Locker Gnome started, because I'm good at doing that. I'm good
and then Glendon's deal things, like I like that. Yeah, I mean, I don't like spending money, but at least I know if I'm going to, it's like a deal.
We're only surfacing deals. Well, usually can't say it's always going to be a deal, but that's the reason why we want to do it. Why we're doing TLDR and dovetailing that with deals. If only to like the Discord server, right? So like, I missed TLDR. Well, that's the reason the Discord server is like, I missed it. That's okay. Just go to the news section. You'll see exactly everything that we might have talked about. You'll have the notes. You'll have the links. Same thing with deals. Same thing with the free apps, the free redeem codes. So like today, today, 2 new games on Amazon Gaming or Prime Gaming. 2 new games to add to your account. One Hand Clapping and Bats, and then Bling is currently a free giveaway on GOG to get. So if you do the free games on Epic, you might as well sign up for the other stores. And if you don't have Twitch Prime or Amazon Prime, well, it depends on how much you use Amazon, but they give out free games every month.
Yeah, like today.
Here's what's
on Twitch,
ironic, guys.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jeff.
the VMware Fusion that I launched on my Mac is the key that you gave me almost 2 years ago, because I was paying attention to one of your Twitter feeds.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yes, and hopefully my audio's fixed. I'm using my headset from work.
It's a little better. I used to have connections at Parallels, and I haven't. I mean, of course, I haven't like dovetailed with them. And I know they just released something new, and unfortunately, I don't know if I'd be able to do anything with Parallels again. But I'm surprised. I've not heard back from them in a bit. I'll have to ping them. I'll have to write that down. Not that they're good for a ton of anything, but I mean, redeem codes could come in handy. This is something Big Fan found. There's going to be a BlackBerry movie, a docudrama movie. It's going to be actually premiere at South by and then be released in theaters. Which I'm like, I'll watch it, but I'm not going to pay for it. This is not something I'm going to go to the theater to watch.
Does everybody get a BlackBerry that goes to see it?
Like, yeah, maybe. It'll be interesting, but I'm like, is it worth seeing in the theater? I don't know. Is it worth the stream? Possibly. Yeah,
I really love
Rise and Fall of Blackberry.
I love a good documentary, man.
I do too.
Well, this is
I really do.
it's a docudrama, so it's not
Okay,
exactly a
but-
documentary specifically. I'm seeing if I can get there. Okay, now Eddie's links are there. The deep fake link.
I hope someday somebody invents the technology where like you can specifically erase experiences. You know, like, you know,
That was a Black Mirror episode.
yeah. But I would like that so that I can watch something. I mean, I know that's sad. It's like I want to just be able to rewatch something.
It was literally, it was either Black Mirror or Electric Sheep or what is it, Android's Dream? What? There's an Amazon equivalent of Black Mirror called.
Okay, that would be cool because I've seen most of the Black Mirrors, so I do have Amazon, but I
swear to God, it's called.
I don't think I've found.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
there
called,
is
it is
one.
called the same as the screensaver. It's called. I swear. Hang on. Or is it Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, which of course is named after the Dick novel. But hang on. Is this it? No. Okay, maybe it's called Electric Dreams on
Yeah, I'll check
on
it out.
Amazon. Yeah. So it was either that or Black Mirror, one of the two. Electric Dreams. Seriously. This is probably.
You know what's another thing?
I'm
Speaking
looking
of
for
like,
Dick Electric Dreams on Google. This is probably a bad idea. This is probably a very bad idea. No, I found it. Yeah. I think that was it. Yeah, I think that was it because I see all the episodes.
so
and there's-
speaking of
I
like
think there are 2
mind
seasons.
mind things, you know, like going in, erasing memory, or putting things in, right?
I swear it was either this or Black Mirror. It was very Black Mirror-esque, and so I thought it was great. Electric Dreams. It was very much in the same vein.
See,
Totally
that's why I'm
worth
looking
it.
forward to
Yeah.
having Alzheimer's. That way I can make new friends every day.
So what do you guys think about? You know how you always hear about that thing where they can like scan your brain, then you can like upload yourself, right? And
that was another Amazon show.
yeah, I know,
Upload.
but whether I've watched that.
Yeah, I don't think
Whether-
we're too far behind that
Right,
with
and
some
then
of
you
the
know,
technology that's out there.
right, but and whether that's you or not, etc. Right, but check this out. What would happen if, let's say, there was an ability to replace a neuron at a time, and assuming that is the thing that is decaying, and if you can replace it, it prevents the decay, right?
It'd be
And
interesting.
whether that's replaced by electronics, something synthetic, or maybe it is organic, but let's say more synthetic because it makes it a little more interesting. What if they just replace those a little bit at a time? So you come in for one thing, they replace 10,000. Come in for another thing, they replace 30,000. And then ultimately, after you've come in for enough operations, you're fully synthetic in terms of your brain, if that's where you are.
Well,
Right?
I think it's coming.
But the question is, is that still you versus the other way, which I tend to think it's definitely not you when they just scan your brain and then simulate you, or that's you in the computer. That's no longer you. You're not experiencing that. Externally, it's you, but you yourself are not experiencing that anymore.
Right.
So the question is,
Cloning
if-
you, I think. At
Right,
that
right.
Level,
But-
right?
right. So the question is,
Especially because you're cognitive of what's going on.
yeah. So if you're piecemeal replace your brain instead of copying and uploading, to me, that's a better chance. I'm not sure 100%, but it's a better chance that you're still in there. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Somewhat. I think you've got a pretty good handle about where you are. I know that. I know that it's inevitable. We're going to have augmentation. It's just inevitable. It's inevitable.
Yeah, it's that old saying, and I forgot what the saying is. It's like if you take a wooden boat and it's made out of wood and it's decaying and you replace one board at a time, is it still the same boat?
Right.
I forget what that is. It's not a new thing. You see what I'm saying? So the question is, if you did do that, are you still in there? You see what I'm trying to say?
Mm-hmm.
No, I do.
Does it? This reminds me of the film that I watched, which was called Well, it's a film that turned into a series, I believe, on Netflix called Upload.
No, that was Amazon.
Well,
Well, it's
literally-
Amazon here. Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Did it turn into a series?
This is
I remember the movie. Okay.
yeah, it's a series now. There's a couple of them, and it's perfectly honest. I don't know what I feel. Whether one day I think that might happen. Like I think the technology is going that way, but whether it's going to happen, would you do it?
Yeah, I know this might sound bad, but sometimes there's part of me like, I don't know if I want to live for like 500 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if that's what it does, you know what I mean? I know that's maybe sounds not the normal
I'd
answer.
do it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the alternative, right? I mean, I don't know what the alternative is. That's the problem.
Right. The fear of unknown. Yeah.
So I'd rather walk into a known than an unknown, personally.
Yeah.
And who's to say what the human experience is 100 years from now, right?
Right.
True.
We'll all be Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Resistance is futile.
It's futile.
Resistance is
Speaking of
futile.
resistance being futile, Tesla is recalling 362,000 cars over self-driving software. Eddie posted this link as well. I say futile because like it seems like everybody in Seattle has a Tesla, except for us.
Yeah, did you hear too? The Ford Lightning, they stopped production. They laid off. They laid off 750 people because they had one truck, Ford Lightning, come off and it caught fire. Now, no one bought it yet. They supposedly caught it in production, and that any ones that are already delivered, you can still sell them.
No, they also had the one that supposedly blew up its batteries from using a Tesla fast charging station.
Oh, a Ford Lightning did too?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So anyway, you know, that's weird though, because that could be a thing that like makes them look good. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a bad thing, but then it's like, oh look, we stopped before it made it to the consumer.
Yeah, but they're pulling out at the wrong time. Wrong time to do that. Wrong time. I think that's not a good bet. That was not a good bet at all. That's my opinion though. I think the future is going to go that direction, whether we like it or not.
Yeah.
All right, Glendon, you got some deals.
Deals.
Deals on wheels.
The first one is the Samsung T7 Shield.
Okay, we're gonna start top down. Okay.
Yep, you want to start top, go down.
Okay.
And that is a 1 terabyte portable SSD, and it is a rugged SSD. And look at that price, $89
Whoa.
for 1 terabyte, 44% off.
Dude.
Yeah.
That's actually really. I mean, I've never had. I guess I do have a portable SSD I use on Thunderbolt. Dang.
Yep. Yeah.
Dude.
So that's a great price. I mean, it's
That is
1,050 megabytes a second, USB Gen 3, well 3.2 Gen 2. So yeah, IP65 rated, so it's water resistant up to, what is that? What's IP65? Is that's
like
not water resistant?
Typical
yeah.
smartphone stuff.
Yep.
Chris, do you find yourself using a lot of storage? Like, how much of your clips and stuff do you save them at all locally?
No.
Or okay.
No. Personally, no. I do recordings, but I move everything off. As soon as I can. I don't really track. I have some. I mean, I should, but I just never. It's like the cost, you know, and then maintenance and cost is just kind of like, I don't know. I'm on the fence about it. It's just one more thing that could fail, and I got to a point in my life where I'm like, I want fewer things to fail, not more things.
Hey, Glenn, not only is that hard drive USB 3, but it's also Bluetooth.
Hey,
Yeah.
Jeff.
I had. Yeah. Thank you, Jeff.
Oh, it's also got Bluetooth. I was gonna
Yes.
say, Jeff, you may want to pull your mic away from your mouth a little because it's popping and.
So just a dumb question. If it's Bluetooth, what does that mean? Like, you just can play music from it?
Or is that connectivity?
It's connectivity.
Yeah,
Because
Bluetooth connectivity.
isn't Bluetooth extremely slow though?
Well, yeah, but like if you needed to offload photos, let's say from your phone, you can connect, I'd assume, by way of Bluetooth to the drive, and wireless is going to work better than having to transfer over a computer, I'd imagine. At least that'd be my assumption.
It's kind
That's
of an
cool.
odd
It's a
feature
dang good
for
deal.
storage.
Elgato Stream Deck Mark
Mhm.
II.
Yep. The Mark
22%
II.
off. 20% off.
22% off.
Yeah, that's it
Yeah.
for if you're streaming.
That's
getting
not a bad
Killing me,
price.
Smalls, because I just bought one 2 weeks ago.
return it.
Yeah.
You got on Amazon, return it for free, and then get this at 20% off.
Yep.
It sounds like
I've
my
done
dad.
that. I do that when I get something at Target. I'm like, well,
Oh.
this just dropped in price. Well, I'll just return it and then buy the new one.
Yeah, Chris, my dad would do that with all his Star Wars. He'd go to FES Schwartz because they had it, and then he would go to KB Toys when they were still around and return the expensive one just to say I had it.
That's funny. So that's a good deal. 20% off. If you're into streaming, a streamer.
If you're into streaming, it's a must-have, and I may get one for myself, just to be perfectly honest about it. The next one is the Samsung Odyssey G7 series. It's a 32-inch gaming monitor. This is a really good deal. This is a new monitor that was just released within the last 5 months. It's 14% off. It's a 1440p, 32-inch, 240 hertz curved display with G-Sync and FreeSync Premium Pro. So you're going to get FreeSync and your HDR, and same thing with G-Sync and your HDR because it's the Pro version for $688. That is a heck of a price for that monitor.
I gotta see this. That's wow.
The big monitor.
That's a drop.
Yeah, it's a 32-inch 1440p. It's right there on the edge of 1440p. I wouldn't want to go anything any larger than 32-inch because of your pixel density at that size. But it's a heck of a monitor. I've seen one up close, and I came close to buying one on release.
So Quad HD is 240, but 4K is 144. Okay, but the 32-inch goes up to 240.
Right. Yes, this is the 2560 by 1440, the 32-inch.
Yeah.
It goes up to 240. So that's more for competitive gaming at that 240 hertz because you want it the fastest refresh rate that you can. But if you want the 4K, that's still an option, and you can still get 144 hertz out of that. Which is no slouch.
So you go with the 28 inch
right
one, and that is also 25% off.
Yes, it is.
So it's $599.
Yep, both of those are a heck of a deal.
With light panels too. What are the inputs? I gotta look at the inputs. Dang, why can't they just make it easy? Why can't they just show me the freaking inputs?
Yeah, I know. You've got to scroll down.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'm good enough that I could tell the difference.
HDMI 2.1 on the 32-inch, on the 28-inch.
Yeah, but you still need it out from something. DisplayPort, USB-C.
Well, no, HDMI 2.1, and you get a DisplayPort also.
Just those two?
Yes, yeah. I don't see anything about a USB-C.
I don't know if there or Thunderbolt at least. I don't know if because the dock that I have to go through wouldn't have a HDMI out. Oh, Sonny, by the way, speaking of, I heard back from him, and we're going back and forth right now. Thank you for all the introductions you're doing. Hopefully he's going to be making personal introductions or reaching out that way for a few different people, or at least contextualizing that makes it easier than just blindly cold emailing some of these folks. Because sometimes I just never hear back from them. Oh, my screensaver kicked in. Yeah, that's a good deal, Glendon.
Yep, both of those monitors are a steal at the price, really.
If you haven't upgraded to Wi-Fi 6, we got the Asus ROG Strix.
Yep, Asus ROG Strix. Sorry, my screen's trying to load up here.
It's okay. It's a Wi-Fi 6 gaming router, whatever gaming router is. Like, what are you optimizing?
It's basically you can prioritize with
QoS.
the push of a button. Yep.
Minimize latency, maximize throughput.
Yep, and you can prioritize your consoles or your PC over anything else.
Is that the Raptor series router?
No. I've got the Raptor series myself. This one's not it. This one's under it, I believe.
All right, so
Because
that's
I don't
currently on
see
sale, 28% off.
Yeah, 179 for that router. That's not bad.
See,
Wi-Fi 6.
Where are you posting these links, by the way, Glenn?
Oh, these are all on Discord. If you go under
Mhm.
right now, it's under Coruscant. Sales, deals, discounts.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
There's
a link for each one of them.
One's going to get nuked because this is an easier way of organizing the different deals. Another monitor here, A-Open. I've not heard of that brand.
It's more of a Chinese brand. A friend of mine has one. That's the only reason I put it up here. He's very budget conscious. He enjoys his. I saw it on here. It's the same one that he has. It's a curved monitor. It's a 1500R curve, which is pretty close to the maximum I think most people have out right now. Is a 15 to 1600R curve. I think that's what's on mine. The higher the number, the less of the curve. So if you think of it, you got like 1000R curve, it's going to be pretty radical. But yeah, it's a good monitor. It's a VA panel, which means it's not going to be as good as an IPS for your backlight on your viewing angles. But it does have 165 hertz refresh rate, and it's $134, and it's a 27-inch curved monitor. So price, performance, it's a 1080p. That's why it's at $134.99. But if you've got a mid to lower end video card and you're looking to upgrade your monitor, then a 1080p monitor is what you would want to use. And for $134, it's a really good deal.
Great find there, man. Speaking of, before I forget, I want to get this flowing here. Sonny, you need to know too. Tomorrow, just a reminder, everyone's probably heard me say it over and over and over again. Tomorrow, we're moving the 24/7 live stream, including TLDR, over to Twitch. YouTube will continue. I'll still be posting videos to YouTube. I'd like to do like live interviews on YouTube as well, but those would be like not 24/7. The 24/7, this thing with gaming going on, mostly gaming typically, will be happening on Twitch starting tomorrow morning. That's FYI. And by doing that, because it's Twitch, it'll be far more 24/7, feeling like 24/7 than YouTube has. So there are a couple of chat apps you can download for iOS and Android, as well as your desktop, because you could use the Twitch chat like IRC. So you don't have to. I mean, yes, by all means, please have the video open if you can. I mean, it's 99% of the fun. But to stay connected to chat in the community, you can have that open on the side or on your phone specifically. And there are ways to even watch the stream on the Twitch mobile app, yes. But there's specifically an app that will pull up the chat as well as the actual video feed itself. So I'm just throwing that out there again for the people that might be tuned in, what have you. That's a big deal. Oops. Next one, Logitech G90, a driving force racing wheel and floor pedals. I only had like one, not this one, but I only had one of these.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I've got an entire sim rig built for racing.
That is hilarious.
A racing chair and everything?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
It's got an actual racing chair, and then it's all tube steel. It's got the slide under it. You can slide it back and forth just like a real car seat.
Mm-hmm.
And then recline it, gear shifts, everything. This is a good way to get started. This is the G920 driving force racing wheel and pedal set. That's the key thing there. You get the wheel and the pedals for $250. So it's 17% off. Normally it's $300, so you're basically saving $50. It is a leather wrapped wheel. Even though you don't get the shifter, it's an option that you can buy it separately. If you choose to upgrade it down the road, you do have the paddle shifters on here, like most cars use now, because a lot of them are getting away from the gated shifters. But you do have the 3 pedal set. It's got force feedback. It's a really good entry level wheel for somebody that's possibly looking to get into it. Forza Horizon is extremely fun to play with one of these, and it works on PC, Mac, Xbox One, and Xbox Series X and S. So you've got a lot of different consoles and PC types that you can use this on.
Cool find, dude. Thank you for the context too.
Yep.
Last we have a notebook, 22% off, Acer Nitro 5, running FHD display, Intel Core i7. What gen is that?
This is 11th gen.
11th gen, yeah.
Yep. So
Which is
you got a
AFD.
3050 Ti, which is pretty close to a desktop 3050 since it's the Ti. And it's a 1080p monitor, but it is 144 hertz IPS display.
Dude. NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3050 Ti.
Right. Yep. It comes with 8 gigs of RAM, NVMe SSD, so you're going to be having some decently fast storage there, and it's going to be upgradable.
Nice, Acer.
For $729, you start with 8 gigs of RAM. You could add more to it on your own. You could also upgrade that NVMe to higher storage if you want to. But it checks all the boxes for me.
Yeah, dude.
It would be something that I would enjoy for myself.
I mean, that seems solid. Like $729 for that? That's a beast. I mean, it's not 13th gen, but like,
right.
For most people.
But for the monitor that it is, it's a 1080p.
144.
144 hertz refresh rate.
Yeah, it's got a great screen on it.
Yep. So I've seen one of these in person. I've used one. It's a great deal at $729. It was pretty good at $929, but at $729, it's a steal.
That is pretty
your
solid.
Mac back now?
No. I've got a gaming PC.
Yeah.
So I'm not in the need for that. But I don't like
8
it that
hours
good.
of battery life is estimated on that too. That's awesome.
Yep. Yeah, it is.
For what's
and
under
that's
the hood.
because of the H processor in it, that 11800H. So it's very power efficient for what it can do. And of course, that's going to depend on how fast you've got your refresh rate and how bright the screen is. There's
Right.
factors.
There's always going to be variables.
Right. But it also has USB 3.2 Type C Gen 2 on it also.
Which is ample. I mean, dude, that's I'm not saying it's like as modern as you can get, certainly, but like,
even looking at the specs, it's barely under 5 pounds total.
Yep.
And it seems really specced out. Like it really, I mean, maybe not like totally like amazing, the best specs ever, but that seems really
for $730
beefy for that.
Like he said, you can get up to 8 hours on the battery and you're under 7 pounds in weight, and you have 144 hertz 1080p display. Yeah.
Well, that's the deals. Those are the news. That's the news. Those are the updates. That's TLDR in a nutshell. I think my favorite.
Here's some more geeky specs for you. 8-core 16-thread at 45 watt. Hence the H. That is awesome. Wow.
Yep.
Fast.
Yep. H is for I think that it is actually for the high efficiency is what they tout that for. I think that's what it is. I've read that somewhere before, but yeah. It's a pretty good deal.
I would say anybody else wants to add, talk about before we turn it. I mean, like I said, the way this just trails into conversation of whatever's on anybody's mind. I've done everything I've wanted to do with it.
No, I think that I'm good.
Yeah.
Tinkercad's fun, man.
Yeah, I've only tinkered with it, literally.
Yeah, same. I've got it, and that's as far as I've gotten with it.
The fun part is like coming up with shapes to make holes in and poke things, and then it starts looking a little more fancier.
Yeah.
Your stuff, you know, just start poking holes in your stuff, and it starts looking cool.
And you
know?
save filament that way too.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
weight.
Yeah, so that, because that's what I did. I'm like doing this laptop stand, and I was like, okay, you know, I made the basic one, and now I'm starting to poke holes to cut down on the print time or whatever. And the hard part though, and there's no obvious tooling in here for it, and I wish there was. I might actually think about doing something, but when you have to make some kind of, I know they have pre-made joints. I know that, but the ones that were there weren't really what I had in mind. And you know, it's about the tolerances of a joint. You know what I mean? Even if it's something that, you know, because not all printers are going to be like that exact. You know, where you know, you can just back off a millimeter, and in Tinkercad it looks okay, but in real life that's not going to be okay. You know?
Yeah,
so
there's a lot of variables.
Yeah. So that's what I'm learning is that, and the other problem is Tinkercad makes everything look a lot bigger than it actually is. You know, you think like that little space is huge, but it's really not. You know, I wish there was a way to know that. You know, like other than trying to be very conscious of it. But it's kind of fun though. It's fun. I want to see what some of the, like, for some reason I'm really interested in like threads. You know, like I'm amazed that you could print out like something with threads in it and then screw. You know, like that's so cool, dude. Like I made this clamp thing, or I just printed it out and it didn't fit my spool. You know, the filament clamp, and it works great. It screws good, but it just doesn't fit my spool right. It's got too many holes in it and stuff. You know.
Sure. All right, Cena. Need to crack open that 8-bit, dude.
I already have. I couldn't wait.
Where's it at? Where's it at?
There it is, right there.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah. I like the look of it because it's like the old Nintendo look, right?
Yep.
But so I managed to play a couple hours on it when I opened it. Buttons are really good. I'm liking that. The stick is a little looser than I would like, but I'm having the same problem I would have with any other game because this is an 8-directional stick, right? So when I'm playing Pac-Man or Dig Dug and that, where it you know, the original arcade was four directions or whatever,
right?
I can find that you know, if I'm not pushing directly to there and it's kind of off, it can kind of mess up my game a little bit. But that would be with any 8-directional stick on it.
Hey, who remembers NES Advantage Turbo Mode and just loading up on potions in Final Fantasy? Like you just turn on Turbo, you press Turbo, and you hold A down, and you're like ding 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 ding.
Yes.
After you had enough gold, you know, you killed enough ogres to get gold, and then you go to that one town to like just max out 99 potions or whatever.
Yep. I still use my original NES Advantage.
I just go to the shop, Turbo.
I never liked the feel. By the way, I'm playing games.
Shut up. You're playing a game?
Did you have the NES Max, the one with that?
I hated the Max. With
yeah,
the slide
it
thing.
wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't as good. Yeah, the slidey thing was not like.
So I'm gonna open this one now then, since Cena couldn't wait.
What's that?
This is the Sega Genesis, the Big 6.
Wait,
this is officially.
Wait, did he go?
This is new.
Did he
no,
drop?
He's still here. He's still here.
How am I not?
Yeah, I'm not seeing Glendon's video. I'm hearing him.
Hang on just a second.
I see Glendon.
Oh, sorry, I see you. You moved.
Yeah, it's because Chris put the game up on screen.
Okay.
I put a game up.
Threw me off for a second.
Oh, I know I don't see Cena because I see the.
You see the controller.
You're
I was looking
for
Cena.
Cena.
Yeah,
where's Cena?
To see it. I'm way
That's
down.
awesome. I'm gonna have to get one. So, how's the weight on it?
That's the other big. So the big pluses for me is the weight. You don't like this is solid. Like I would say, I think they're saying that it's like 5 pounds, but my goodness, I think it feels like maybe 7-8 pounds.
Every third-party controller I have is an 8-bit dough. I love
8-bit dough. I love their stuff.
And you can swap out the joystick.
And I just figured, hey, I'm not gonna, because I didn't want to spend a lot of money on one, but I've been wanting to for a while because of all the retro gaming and retro arcade gaming I've been doing lately. And
Wow.
so, and nowhere near to building the cabinet that I want to do. That's going to be a couple years off before I'll have money and funding and time to do that. But in the interim, I wanted something to start playing these games more with an actual arcade.
Yeah.
Stuff. And I'm
What does
really
that go
liking
for?
it. This one, I'm in Canada, so it went for $130 Canadian. So I would say that probably around the $100 mark in US funds. And
it
it
have
was
like
on sale. This was regularly, I think, 160.
Does it have a turbo button?
You can set a turbo button. The also, these two black buttons at the top are programmable. So if you're in a fighting game or you want to kind of do a combo button, you can program to do that. So there's a little bit of a cheat kind of thing going on there.
What's that dial? Is there like a dial up there in the upper left?
Up here, these top dials, yeah. But one is basically a switch that switches. I've got it in PC mode right now. Is also compatible with the Nintendo Switch, but not the other two consoles.
Oh, is
and
it?
I didn't care about that either because I'm not even going to play for the Switch or the consoles. This is mainly for retro gaming on my emulators, right? So
is it like wireless and USB or something?
It's actually three things. You can go with it came with a 2.4 gigahertz dongle, so it's got its own little wireless, or Bluetooth, which is the way I'm connected. I'm also connected via USB, but it needs to be powered as well. When it's on, it will have red lettering in here. Not sure why it's not on per se at the moment. But it will actually tell you what the button are, like which is A and B and whatnot here too. They're lit up as LEDs underneath this black glass here.
Is the power actually a separate, barrel connector?
No, it comes off a USB. So if you weren't going to plug it into your computer directly, then you would have to power it another way. That's the other kind of drawback to it, right? There's no kind of any batteries to put in this to actually have it wireless.
That's fine. I mean, you can just get a battery pack, right? Like a USB. Yeah.
And to get into it, it's the like torque screwdrivers. It's not an actual like Phillips head or anything like that, which is fine. But you wouldn't. A lot of people don't have the like torque screwdrivers at home in the kit. But if you can get into it, you can replace all these buttons and the stick. That's something that they market that you can upgrade them if you want. If you don't.
Yeah, it's $89.99 USD on Amazon, by the way.
Is that what you would use for your cabinet, you think, or would you do it?
No, when I go for a cabinet, I'll just get all the buttons that I want, like because I'll have player 1, player 2, right, and I would set the deck out.
Do you guys? I'm sorry. Do you guys know about that YouTube channel? It's TNT Todd Tucky. He does a lot of like arcade refurbishment and stuff like that. Have you seen him?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Check him out. TNT Todd Tucky, something like that.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
Here's my cocktail table that's covered up right now, but so you can do horizontal and vertical. It's messy, but that's just bat tops with 6 buttons. I think it's got 22 buttons in total.
Nice.
Retro gets addicting. Yeah, I've got a 4-player cab. I still have to get those pictures to you. Sinoop.
Yes.
Forgot to get them today.
I would love to see.
Yeah, that me and my dad built, and I think that mine has 22 buttons on it also.
Wow.
Because I have 6 for the 2 middle players, 4 for the outside, and then of course there's some player 1.
Did you go with any of them lit up at all?
Yeah, they're lit up.
Oh, nice.
The buttons they're red, blue, green, and white. Or I'm sorry, yellow.
Are you doing like LED blinky to light it up based on the game configuration, or just
it's just static.
Flash.
It's just for flash. And then I've just got some LEDs on the back and
like
on the
player
bottom
1
of
and player 1, or player 1 and player 2.
Yeah,
with the little decal on them too, or is it?
Yes.
Just,
yes. Yep.
Do you guys have any retro arcades near you?
No, I've got a pinball museum that's close to me that's really fun to go to.
Oh, nice.
What do they charge for that?
You have to stream from there sometime.
I need to. It's like $15, and you can play for how many hours.
You just
Something like
walk
that.
around and go up.
Yeah, you can
at
walk
that
around
point, you're
and-
just covered, right? Yeah.
Yep, you're just covered, and you can play whatever.
Oh my goodness, I could spend a whole day there.
Oh yeah, they've got some awesome stuff there. They've got Kiss, Star Wars, anything, Williams, any kind of pinball machine that you could look. In fact, I'll talk to the owner and see if he'll let me stream there. I know the guy's name. His name's Jim. He may be up for it.
Yeah,
where I
we
could go
had
in and
like
stream one day.
we had like 3 of those here where I live, and there's like sort of 1 remaining, and it was called Pints and Pixels. It was actually really cool. They were in one place, but then a fire happened and they moved to another place, and they like shrunk in size, and they didn't have enough room for as many machines, you know, and they stopped serving food, so it like wasn't as good. Like, you know, it was much better before that. But I used to love this one game, Smash TV. You know that one?
Oh yeah,
Yep.
I've played
Oh,
it.
Oh my god, dude. And here's what I did. I know this is bad, right? So when I was a kid, I used to go to Timeout in the mall, and I would only have $20, play Afterburner and whatever I could, you know, which is not a lot, right? Even back then.
Here you go.
So this time, like me and my kid were there at Pints and Pixels, and we've been there multiple times, but then I saw that they had Smash TV. So I was like, okay, dude, we're gonna beat this, and we have to beat it the old school way, because this one didn't work like what you guys are saying at the time. It didn't have the thing where you pay $15 and play as much as you want. It was token based. Wasn't
Yeah.
quite. It wasn't quite 25 cents per thing. It was like lower than that, luckily. So me and my kid, we dumped. I know this sounds bad, but I didn't care. We dumped like $60 into Smash TV 2-player, and we got to the end. We beat the guy, but then the machine locked up. It locked up.
You're kidding me.
Yeah,
Really?
it literally locked up right when we killed the guy, and we just didn't see the end credits. But I count that as we did it. But we
Yeah,
did
you
it.
did it.
We did it.
Hey, I dropped $20 in nickels in Metal Slug. And,
Nice clubs,
I
yeah.
love.
Played it-
They had
played
that
it
there
Those
too.
are great.
I love Metal Slug.
Yeah, Metal Slug is
Yeah.
cool.
and now I emulate it. So hey,
Yeah, I use it on the Mister. I play Metal Slug on that. I love it.
yeah, we have a retro arcade up here called Flynn's, as in Flynn from
Yeah.
Playing
Tron.
from
Yeah.
Tron.
Flynn's Retrocade, and they rotate their games out, mostly the pinball. And there's a pinball club that I'm a member of. Actually, I'm not an owner. I'm a player. But they're popping up all over. There's
there
a
not-
bar called Quarters, which is literally a bar, and go play.
That's where I think
games
it would
and
do really well,
competition.
right?
Yeah, when,
What was
when
that?
they
Have
do
a
it,
beer, and I think
Yeah,
that would do really
that's-
well. Can have a beer because it's obviously bringing in our more generation of
Yeah.
people that are interested in
Yeah.
what we used to see as kids, right? So
yeah, that's what Pints and Pixels was. It was Pints and Pixels. And you could use, they had a bar, you get food. When they had that way, it was great, dude. Just the fire messed them up. They couldn't.
Well, it's cool
recover.
seeing a 35, 40-year-old arcade machine in the original hardware still
Yes.
working, and it
Yeah, it
still
was.
looks brand new. They might have
Yeah.
reskinned it, painted it, but they've taken care of it.
Yeah,
Right.
they had a lot of those too. It was really cool.
I'm not a fan of taking an arcade and switching it out for an LCD monitor,
Yeah, me neither. I want to
No.
see
But-
like the original.
but
I have
trying
to.
to find a CRT, you don't have you don't have any choice.
yeah.
Chris, have you checked? Is there anybody that can repair those in the
I
Seattle
have
area?
looked. I've asked. I've looked. I've done everything I can.
That
And
sucks.
I can't find anybody.
if I was closer, I'd probably
I've
do it
looked
for you.
and I've tried, and like I
Sure
basically
do.
need to.
You get a hold of
Hire-
Adrian Black in Portland.
I need to basically hire someone to rebuild it. I mean, or
Is it totally burnt out, or did one of the colors change on
no,
you?
one of the colors changed, so it's a capacitor that likely blew.
Or it's the
Capacitor's
hot.
an easy change.
Yeah, capacitors and hot, and flybacks is easy as long as the tube's in
Yeah.
good condition.
So you're still getting a picture. It's just a color off.
Yeah, it's magenta. So the
That
screen
should
is
be an
clear.
easy fix.
Well, theoretically, but like
Right,
I'm not going to
right.
do it because the last thing I want to do is electrocute myself.
Yeah, no, we don't want
You don't have any
doing that.
hair to have it
Squat.
stand up, so
I'm good. Yeah, well, for now.
I mean, granted, the cocktail that I built's got an LCD in it because that's all I could find.
Yeah, the arcade that I built's got a 32-inch LCD in it.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, that ship sailed. So
I've still got my big CRT downstairs. I've got a Sony Vega Trinitron 36-inch that I've got old consoles hooked up to.
You think like Gauntlet Dark Legacy had a 24-inch Sanyo. Thing weighed like 90 pounds by itself, and it was only VGA.
Yep.
Oh, geez.
This that Sony downstairs, that 36-inch that weighs 236 pounds.
Oh yeah.
It took me and my brother and my dad to get it in the house whenever we're still
Yeah, the
boxed
best
up.
television I had was my Toshiba 32-inch CRT, and it had a 60-watt subwoofer built into the top, so you
I
never put
remember
anything
that.
on. You never put anything on the top of the TV. Playing Donkey Kong, you jump or die, and the TV would rattle. It was awesome.
I
Until the
still
wife
have,
put
I
a
have a
glass of
27
water
inch
on
Sony
it.
Trinitron.
Oh. Do what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I still have a 27-inch Sony Trinitron CRT. It's the cylindrical. So it's not like those sphere, that it was like close to flat at the time.
Right. Yeah. I've still got a Dell 19-inch Sony Trinitron monitor.
Yeah, that's probably like 20-something inches deep too, right?
Yep,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
I haven't turned mine on in like 20 years probably. I doubt it works.
am I the only one playing a game right now? Literally, this is ironic.
There's
No,
two
no,
of
No,
us.
we've got Infosor is playing
Okay.
Farming
Of course,
Simulator.
lockdowns and autopilot asleep.
Yep.
Hey, how's the Harry Potter game?
I like it myself.
Oh yeah,
Hogwarts,
my
it's
life,
very good.
my wife is hooked on it.
It's very good. I was playing it before we got on the stream this evening.
Is it
Play
exclusive
it on
or
the
is it for
stream!
PC as well?
My problem is
That's
I've
on
got the
PC.
Mac hooked up on the monitor that is 16:9,
Right.
and I'm playing it on the ultra wide, and OBS does not play well with the ultra wide. Whenever I try to stream on it, it's cropped off. So if I can figure out how to get that shrunk down to where it can still show there, I will play it on the stream.
So it's
Because
cropped
I'm
on the-
playing it in windowed mode on OBS, and I'm
Right.
selecting the window that it's in, and it sees that it's ultra wide, and it fits fine just in OBS. But whenever I go into StreamYard, where StreamYard's only 16:9, you're not seeing the entire picture. Like half of it's cut
Oh,
off.
yeah, but I usually have to resize that.
In
what I have to do-
StreamYard,
Not on StreamYard, but like what I do is I crop it. Like if it's not gonna be a prime. It's not gonna be perfect.
I can try it then and see if I can get it close.
It's not gonna be perfect, but I crop things all the time.
Okay.
Especially if it's a 4x3, it's gonna get cropped and zoomed.
I'm not very good at OBS. I had just started.
Oh yeah, you
recently
just
using
you take the canvas
Mm-hmm.
and you get away from me, you and you stretch it. You use the handlebars and like move it off the canvas, and then you effectively at that point you've died. You at that point you've resized the window past the viewing boundaries, and
Right.
I do that all the time.
Okay.
I mean, just like I just did with my camera, just resized how much real estate, and it'll do a crosshatch if it's bleeding outside of the display.
Yeah, like a zebra.
See, the problem is I did that, and I was playing. What was it that I was playing? Assassin's Creed Valhalla, and you couldn't even see the guy hardly because
What?
it's a third person.
Not that I'm telling you how to do your job or nothing. I'm going to launch it.
No, you can tell me.
I'm going to
Go
launch.
ahead.
I'm going to launch it and see if I can get it to do full screen.
You have an ultra wide also?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Oh, figures. Update.
Never fails.
The only platform it's not on right now is the Switch. It doesn't come out on the Switch until June, I believe.
It's a good game. I enjoy it.
But I downloaded it early, so I got the DLCs.
Yeah, I did too. I did the digital deluxe edition and got it 72 hours early.
Problem is my wife launches Steam Deck on her laptop and tries to mirror it. I'm like, honey, I'm doing a live stream. Because my computer's the only one in the house that can run it.
Well, getting later here, so I'm gonna bugger off. But it was great talking with you guys.
Hey man,
Yeah,
always
you
good.
too.
to-
Hey, check your 8-bit Doug, because I posted a link in private chat on Stream Deck. The one on Amazon says it has a lithium-ion battery built in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. If not, crack the case open unless it's still under warranty.
Yeah, well, maybe that's part of why it has so much weight.
Well, I know there's two metal plates on the side because there are people that swap out the joystick for like a Swana or a Hap.
Yeah.
You'll get used to the 8-way because my arcade machine is an 8-way, but I'm used to the quirks. And like Donkey Kong, I was always dying because I couldn't climb a ladder.
Yeah,
But now I know where it's at. Pac-Man.
Yep, same thing.
Some people
I
are
had
like,
to go
"Oh, they're
through that.
cheating because you have an 8-way." No, it's actually harder to do.
It is
right
harder.
turn.
oh, big time, big time. All right, guys. I'll catch
Thanks,
you
man.
later.
See ya.
Appreciate it. Seriously.
Come on, update.
How did I not see this before? How did
What
I not?
Pac-Man game are you playing? Did you have like missiles and lasers and?
Party Royale. Although I don't know why the glitch didn't seem to be coming in the first time I played. But now it weird. How did I miss the glitch the first time?
Glenn, that background that's from episode 4 of Star Wars, I think that's like 3560 by 2560. And I crunched it down to fit the screen.
Yeah, I'm still getting a popping sound on your microphone, but it's probably indicative of the headset.
Yeah, I think it is.
It's a $19 Jabra headset.
Yeah.
It's like work on the cheap. Here. Come on, Steam.
Dang it. How did I miss the glitch the first time? Dude, there's no way I'm getting 155 on this.
Playing on a Windows machine, Chris?
No, Mac.
Tell me the secret to keeping your house so quiet.
They're not here right now.
Ah!
That's a good reason right there.
Yeah, the little one that's in our house has joined so many Zoom calls. She's 5.
Yeah, so if you need help with the OBS setting for cropping, it's OBS is like one of those things like once you figure out like the basics, it's like, oh, okay, this is how it works.
Yeah, because sometimes I can get the red box where it's supposed to be, and then a blue outline comes up also, and I'm like, what the hell do I do with the blue one?
Ignore the blue one. The red is your boundary for the object, right? And then you stretch that
Right.
red boundary beyond the canvas, and then you've got your crop.
So what's the blue box then?
The blue is the current source that you've selected, the source that you would be resizing.
Yeah, see, I have my little obfuscate thing showing. I have a little obfuscate, so I don't want my URLs to show up.
Okay.
If you can see that black bar in the background, so it will disappear now because I hit it.
Yep.
So as I select what's in my sources, camera, background, my background just lit up in blue, so I can reposition it. But as soon as I go to reposition, it will turn red. Yeah, the image is actually bigger than my
so
capture size.
Pull up OBS. What's your name again, Glendon? I'm blank. Who the hell are you?
I don't know, man.
Who the hell are you? I actually can't play a game right now, so we're down to 2 gamers. Let's because I was going to try to step you through, or like have you talk you through doing what you're trying to do.
Okay. Just a second.
Because we can just crop it. Even if you screen share it, what you're doing.
I'll have to just open up another window in the stream.
Yeah.
Give me just a second.
Here, I'll cut my scene over to this other desktop. So
okay, there we go.
You can see that Steam is still trying to update the game, but you notice it looks like I'm dragging it into the scene. I'm not.
Yeah.
It's because my screen size is bigger than my display, so it will make more sense when I get this lined up better for you. It'll cut.
Chris, did you put that Yoda on a mini or the bamboo?
Bamboo. In fact, I got another one going on the bamboo right now.
Could it be done on
in a different?
You're going to see that window kind of going to infinity because it's capturing itself to itself to itself.
Right.
You get kind of the general idea where that black section where there's a waterfall in the background is the actual desktop screen.
Let me pull it up on mine too. That way I can try to do it.
Yeah, because I just shouldn't get that fixed now, Glendon. Because like I'd assume when you're doing that, we do it here.
So what happened? What happened with your hair? Because last night I was watching the haircut. Diana was giving you a haircut, and then I went to sleep. But the last time I saw, did something go wrong?
No, it went right.
Okay.
This is exactly the way it should have been.
I was like, dang, I missed something funny.
I'm just waiting for the rumors. Oh my God, is Chris sick? He doesn't have any
that
hair.
happens all the time. And like no one.
Yeah, it does. Every time he gets his hair cut.
Yeah, because when you're sick, you don't. Your hair falls out. It doesn't get shaved off.
Right. So if you can see in my live where it's changing from blue, that's the different elements that I've got selected. So part of that area that's blacked out is just outside of the display. So I'm going to just grab it and then move it into position where I want. Hopefully it shows up. And if you haven't used OBS a lot too, you can turn around and say, hey, I want to hide. Just click on the eyeball. So like take my camera off so it's not visible. It's still there in the scene. And then you can make it visible again. You can also, which one you want to have on top. Like if I want my background of Star Wars to take over the whole screen, I just move it to the top and then I cut my scene over to it. So all those other elements are on. They're just covered up by my background that's larger than my screen size, because there's the actual image.
Right,
one of the most like
Hogwarts
non-intuitive OBS things I've seen is when you want to use your same camera in a different scene, you actually have to copy and paste it. You can't like create a new thing of that camera that, even though it's the same device, it like doesn't work.
Yeah, because it's trying to get exclusive access to that device again. It's in use.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, it lets you do it though. Like, so unless you know to copy and paste, you'll be pulling your hair out all day. Why isn't that second one working?
So usually, at least with this, I have cameras first, and then background, which is the Star Wars, and underneath it there's my display capture, and I have a Windows capture, and then my obfuscation block that I turn off and on when I need to. You guys missed it. I actually typed my root password on the stream.
Yep.
You probably saw it.
Nope, I didn't see it.
I don't care. There's no way you're going to get in anyway. They're not connected directly to the internet. I've challenged some people to kind of hack my network.
Pen testing.
Yeah, it was dirty pool because they didn't take over the network. They just DDoS me. Wow, it's still patching hardwards.
Yeah, this green silk Yoda, if it comes out, it'll be better than this one. I mean, this is nice, but this would be a really nice gift.
All right, I'm just waiting for this to launch now.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, at least on Windows, on OBS Studio, the most recent patch has kind of been kludgy. But honestly, I think it's because my Logitech C920 is just kind of lived its last life, I guess. My gosh, what is it patching? It's only 300 meg.
It could be doing the shaders also.
Yeah, it's hardly using any RAM right now. Is it bad I'm starting to whistle the tunes in the order that they're played on Chris?
Yeah. That'd be the playlist.
Yeah, back when I was doing your stuff on Ustream for the chip tunes, I just grabbed a ton of chip tunes and tried to randomize it. But even after a couple hundred, you're like, oh, I know what there's going to be there.
Yeah, this is just a static playlist, though. Like, and then I have to upload the second one.
Yeah, let's do display capture.
Weird. How am I just getting these comments in?
And Glenn, that desktop captures an entire 4K screen. I'm just trying to see if it's cutting it off in Streamlabs. Doesn't look like it is.
Okay.
But anytime you move it, if you see that zebra pattern, it just means it's out of bounds on what it can actually display.
I think I got it this time after watching. That looks all right there, don't it, Phyllis?
Yeah, no, it's good. It's great.
Okay, cool.
Like, I'm not too worried. Like I said, I was even like, I had Dana doing vertical video the other day. So I'm like, you know, That's why I got the electric sheep set up. So when she does vertical video again, I'll just plunk it in over that. And so there's something happening
Let me actually
behind
start the game and see what it looks like here.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So I don't mind that. At this point, I'm not going to be too particular. And I really appreciate Ozrock when you're doing work too. Like that's very nice to see.
Oh, the Tinker stuff and yeah, it's cool. I'm gonna do some more of that.
Well, because it gets people talking, right? Or it gets something for people to look at, you know?
Yeah. I've been going 3D printing crazy lately.
All right,
That's
we
fine.
still look okay there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I got it lined up then. Thanks, Jeff.
Yeah.
See, actually doing live tutorials helps a lot of different people.
I do notice a lot of artifacts. So, at what rate are you pumping your
Bit rate?
OBS?
Let me check and see here.
I had the same problem. Chris
Where
was like,
can I
"Hey,
check that at?"
my 8-bit looked like 8-bit." I'm going to the files, settings, output,
Okay.
and then even though it says streaming is where you want to be at.
Output type.
Output and then streaming and then
Your bit rate would be right now. It's if you set it to
Output.
6,000, you should be fine.
Mine's right now, the video bit rate's at 2,500 kilobytes
Yeah,
per second.
Move it to 6,000.
6,000.
Yeah, 6,000 is the max Twitch handles. So
and then rate control, do CBR, which is constant.
Rate control.
Right.
I don't know if he's got it rate control, if he's advanced, if he's basic. Because I don't even think you have that option. Just stick with the
I
basic.
don't see it.
Yeah, then don't worry about it. I think all you have to worry, the bit rate is all you need to tweak.
Okay.
Keep it simple. Your encoder, you might want to change that from if it's hardware or
Is that
it's software.
better?
What?
Does that look better now? Because I can't see what you're all seeing.
Not by. Yeah, maybe a hair better.
Okay, so what else do I need to change then?
I don't think it's the bit rate then. I think it's. Hang on, give me a second, Glenn. Let's do this.
Yep, no problem.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring you.
Yes, and I use the encoder on my NVIDIA card, so the NVIDIA.
Yeah, what
as opposed
encoder
to
are you using in there for
Let
the?
me look here. Give me just a second.
Yeah, it's the same. It's in the same pane, so to speak.
Settings on output encoder. It was on very fast default medium CPU usage.
Oh, you're on advanced then. Okay, so that's streaming, but what is? Hang on. What bit rate settings does OBS virtual camera use?
I just ticked the box that says enable custom encoder settings.
Okay. That's
and then
if you just did it move around. I think it's when it's motion, and it just may be because right now your image is clean.
Okay.
Yeah, it just could be the motion. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Don't worry about it.
You're in a foggy room anyway, or smoky room anyway.
Let me
Because it's
go
a clean
upstairs.
image. It's the. Oh, are you running at 60 FPS or 30 FPS?
I have no idea. Where do I check?
Okay. Under video,
Okay.
what is your common FPS value?
60.
Try moving it to 30. This is a guess or a gamble, but like that
It's
might
grayed out. I can't do it.
because you're currently
Currently
turning
active.
off-
Currently, yeah.
Try turning off the virtual camera,
Okay.
and then
Okay. Yep. And then I'll go back in and try it.
yeah,
Video. Take it down to 30, you said?
30.
if you stream at a higher bit rate, it's going to downcode you to 6K, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Because YouTube allows you to go up to like
well, that's
25K.
Yeah, but that's
Okay.
but Twitch and StreamYard. I think only accepts 2,500. So like, I don't like it's always overkill. But it's generally better to just set it up for that.
Okay. Now can you see me moving again?
Yes.
All right.
And move around. Yeah, much better. Much
Yep.
better. Yep.
So we're good now.
Yeah, you're fantastic.
Awesome.
Are you kidding me? And I get to be Ann B. Davis's Alice.
Nice.
This is why we love and hate technology.
Yeah, but see, I think it's kind of fun to do that kind of troubleshooting on stream. Like someone has a question, bring them in, help them out. Everyone learns. Everyone gets the
So
benefit.
I have a sensor on my arm
London?
because I'm a diabetic, and it just went off saying, "Hey, I got to check my blood sugar." Beats the alternative, I guess.
True.
Yeah, I had an incident actually a couple months ago. Got my kid over to school, and all of a sudden I just went, and my alarm's going off that I'm at low blood sugar. Paramedics showed up, gave me some glucose. I got stable. My wife took me home, and I'm like, that actually saved my life. And we don't know why it tanked. Some other health thing caused my blood sugar to tank.
I need to turn HDR off because it looks washed out on the stream.
Oh yeah, saw that. Well, there's a whole bunch of conversations on Reddit. They'll kind of mislead you. Oh, you need to do this. You need to replace the video card. You need to update the drivers. No, turn off HDR.
Yeah, HDR.
HDR, limit it to 30 frames.
Is that going to be a pain, Glendon, for you?
No,
Okay.
no, not at all. It's
Is,
easy.
Don't do it.
It's super easy to
Never
do. It's just a
sacrifice-
tick.
You're never going to hear me say, yeah, sacrifice your convenience for something else.
Nope, not hard.
So that drove me nuts when I first installed it, OBS, because one of my monitors was set to HDR and the other one wasn't.
Mhm.
Like, why? If I tell it to capture a game that's on monitor number 1, is it washed out? All right, let's do this.
Okay, so now let me go ahead and turn it off in game.
Game capture.
Oops, shit.
Yeah, that took long. I'm gonna have to.
There we go. Looks better already.
Yep. See, bit by bit. You learning bit by bit. It's like 3D printing, just bit by bit. Like,
Right. I knew the HDR part. I just hadn't ticked it off yet
Yeah,
because I
yeah.
wasn't. Whenever I'm not playing in stream, I'll turn it back on because
Yeah.
all I literally have to do is just one button in the settings. Of the
Right,
game.
right.
Because the video card's more than ample. It's a 6950 AMD card. I still want a 4090.
I got my 3090 last Christmas. And they're still selling for $1,500.
Yeah, I know.
And now the 4090s are out, but I'm running
Yeah,
a 12th gen. I got a
this is
12th gen right
on
at the
par
end of, right
with-
when the 13th gen were out, but there was no motherboards at the time.
With the 3090.
Why is it not?
Alright. Do something here.
That's funny. It's not. It's not showing Hogwarts on my screen. That's awesome. Oh, there we go. Glenn, let me know if you see any artifacts on mine. I'm going to call it a night. You guys have a good one.
Oh, shut up. Sorry, y'all. I'm looking for something to print. And overnight. From MakerDeck. Not sure I'm seeing anything really jump out. Ooh, my Yoda's almost done. I don't know why I couldn't get the thing to work. Yeah, well, I could do anything, but I'd prefer to find something Star Wars related. Yeah, that's usually what I do. That's how I found the Mythosaur skull, and I got to do it on the on the Purser because it's just easier to stage overnight. There's a Sith Trooper helmet. Well, I can do a black Vader octopus. I did a white one. I should do a black one. Derp. Why didn't I think of that? A black Vader octopus. Hey, Bowler. Things are good. I was wanting to try printing out a functioning ocarina. You could do it. You could do it. There's an ocarina model. I should do one. That's 5. Okay, so I'll wait. I'll wait to start it. I'll wait to start it. It's time to get things started. I kind of had a headache. Look, did you see? I got my new Dunder Mifflin badge on the case. It's pretty funny. Yeah, usually the only grease I get is when I accidentally rub against the printer. I don't know if I'm going to remove the supports now or if I'll wait to do it tomorrow. Could be allergies, dude. I don't think I have a cold. I am sniffly, though. It's got to be allergies. Oh, Yoda's done. Oh, you're right. I think it's allergies. But I've already had a Zyrtec, so I can't take a second one. Oh, man. It's got to be. Oh. Oh my god, this Yoda turned out perfect. Like, well, assuming I can get the supports off. Yeah, it's gonna get chilly again here in the near future. So I know I said I'd do it tomorrow, but I'm kind of anxious to see how this turned out. It won't. Ooh, shoot. I need a vacuum in here big time. I wanted to see specifically where it got tied up before. Yep. Oh, dude, I need a vacuum. They're zeroed out. Remove supports, you must. Do this you can. Yeah. This one also had the same problem. So it's got to be something the way the bamboo support came in. Specifically on the model. See? Grease. I told you. When I put my hand in the printer, sometimes it rubs. Oh my god. Yeah, originally I was gonna say, yeah, I thought Glendon did a really good job or Glennon's printer did a good job, and I think he used the right filament, but I think this filament, beats his for this Yoda. So what happened with what? Was I starting a story and I stopped myself? Well, where the support kind of in this one spot kind of glued itself onto the model. It got too close, right? Basically, it's in a decent spot though. It's not like in a bad spot, so to speak. But that's the reason I went with 4 walls on this one. Yeah, there's an area here on this model, same spot, same area. I did this one with 2 walls, and then this ended up getting holes, so it was under extruded here. And so I was a little concerned about this one as well. And it looks like with 4 walls, I see holes actually in a different spot. But I mean, it's not even cosmetic. It's not structural. It's not cosmetic. It's hidden. It's not worth a reprint. Like inevitably, like anytime you like 3D print something, just expect, there are going to be slight imperfections. Although Wyatt used a, well, I know Wyatt used a broom. Yeah, my thumb just got stuck. Ow. Man, oh, jeez. My God. I was like, it got in there somehow. I can't get it out. It was stuck with the supports. And I almost had to, like, pull it away and injure myself. Trust me, when you 3D print, you get injured. Don't mean for it to happen, but, something slips or... You accidentally cut yourself. Yeah, so it was just the other side that seemingly had issues. Now here's where I test to see if it chars. It'll be fine. Just in case. I had an issue with this area on the other one as well. So I think it's just how the bamboo is creating these supports, because I just went automated on the on their creation. Yoda is hungry. For blood. Yoda's out for blood, man. Ooh. This is where I gotta pull out this tool, the pick, to try to Did you see the mudhorn skull I did, Bowler? I did a couple of them actually. I did a bigger one. Much happier with it. No. Hang on. Let me see if I can get through this first. Then I can go grab it. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to get that any better than it is. Oh, man. And I had the same problem on this one. Although I was able to get more of that one off. That's the problem, is I can't. I don't think that one's coming off. Just don't. Ooh. It's just gonna have to be that way. And for the most part, these supports come off okay. For the most part. Jeez, crackers. It's a hollow model too, by the way. This might be tricky. Yeah, it could I'm sure someone could do a mod on it. I mean, this was a Hex 3D model. Hex is very well known. In order to get his back catalog, I basically have to pay $10 a month. Most of the stuff he makes, I'm just honestly not interested in printing. There have been a few things recently though that I've done, like this one. I mean, I wish he did all Star Wars stuff. He did an Alf, but not an Alf like just the bust Alf. And that's what I would want. I would want an Alf figurine or figure. Almost done. Dude. I should never have... My desk has never been messier or things play, crumbs and everything. Hey, Kieran. I've got an overnight I'll be starting here in a tiny bit before I retire. Oh, and Kieran, if you missed the announcement, tomorrow, I'm going to be basically... Well, no, I think you would have read it. You would have caught up. Tomorrow, I'm going to move the 24/7 effort to Twitch on the Chris Perillo channel. Because... Why not? Because reasons. Because it won't work on YouTube, unfortunately. Which should actually make things easier flowing between MakerDeck and the channel. If only complimenting, it would work better if it was called Locker Gnome, but here's the thing. A lot of makers are gamers. So we want to be able to say, hey, if you're not printing, you can play games, or you can do them both at the same time. Have at it. If you want to play video games, go to the Locker Gnome channel hosted by Chris Perillo. Hey, Sonic. See, I kind of want to... It's like, I don't want to call it the Chris Perillo Twitch channel. I want to call it the Locker Gnome channel hosted by Chris Perillo. It's all about positioning. And I've got to make a request in with Twitch to requisition the Locker Gnome handle in case, I don't know if I can do a redirect necessarily, but... figure it out. Yeah, the Yoda turned out really nice. This model is great. This is the second one I've printed. This one here. Really happy with the filament color. Like, very happy. Like, it is the perfect color for it. The supports. Some of them seem to be a bit more challenging to remove, and it could be the nature of the silk filament. I will be reminded that I need to vacuum the first time I step on filament. Crystal hates me to this day because I refuse to watch Star Wars. Yeah, I forgive you. It's not a prerequisite. I keep hearing these things fly everywhere, and then I don't see them. Seeing your dentist Monday, we'll see if I can score some more broken and damaged scrapers. Oh, yeah, there you go. I don't actually have a dental scraper. I never got one. I just got these picks. I will, however, happily watch Space. Oh, Spaceballs! I printed the Dark Helmet figurine that was done by Wexter. Kind of fun. Check my light fixtures. I need to check mine. Are they off? Have I gained any subscribers in a week? No. With YouTube, no. But I know pretty much for a fact that with a 24/7 video gaming efforts, group video gaming effort on Twitch, we will definitely get more followers, new followers. Tech talk and video games. The two go hand in hand. There we go. Done. Holy shnikes. Wow. This is hitting a couple snags here, but it hides the filament hides it well. Dude. Look at that. Oh my god, so much. I mean, they're both nice. This will be a great gift, but this is definitely the keeper. Look at that. Thicker, heavier, because it's 4 walls in this one. And I did 4 walls because, like I said, I ran into issues with holes on the other one. Seemed to... I did lightning infill on this one. Lightning infill. But look at, I mean, they're both, I mean, the way the shadow bounces is great, but the fact that it's green, this lime green Yoda, this is too good. This is too good. Well, I'm not going to grab, since you've never seen Star Wars, that you've reminded me, I won't even bother to grab the Mythos or the Mudhorn skull because it would be lost on you. Cooler. It just turned out awesome. That's all you gotta know. So this one, you know, I think with Hex 3D I can even sell these. I'm pretty sure I could sell them. Yoda encased in carbonate, indeed. So I should just set up a store and sell. I think Hex has a license to sell. So I could sell them, like, all right, selling this Yoda for, I don't know. I've never priced these things before, but what would you buy? What would you pay for it? Just open up a virtual store. Who wants one? Pay for it. Because I got to ship it and all that crap. Yes, I've seen all the Star Wars, including the holiday special. Neat. Oh, I can't. Oh, yeah, actually, I can. Came out. Actually, will you ever print in full and not hollow? I mean, why? Could not afford the shipping to send it? I don't know. Right now I have pretty good rates for now with FedEx. That might change. That might big time change. I can't print all the Star Wars things, unfortunately. Oh, we're full. That's good. Oh, whoa. Star Wars Villainous is currently on sale. Or sorry, it's not Star Wars Villainous. It's well, is it Star Wars Villainous? Star Wars? Oh, it is. Oh, whoa. That's like 40% off. What the hell is this? We're not getting a new toothbrush thing. No. That's not going to happen. Wow, that's a dang good deal. I'll tweet it out here. Let me get that posted on Discord. Not quite tech, but I think it works. Perfect. Posted and hosted. I'm running that's a Prusa Mini. Didn't I fix that? Yeah, it did. What? You have your chest busting Mitch Mini Part 2. I'm gonna wake up, might do a little something in the changeover to Twitch. Oh, cool. Well, the cool thing is, Bowler, Eric, the link is already in. It's already there in the in Discord. I should do a different. There, I'll choose a different. Wow, these sculpted villain game pieces are amazing. $24. That's crazy. That's a crazy good deal. And with that, I may be retiring for the night. I have to first flip over the camera. Sunny, I'm printing an Octopus Vader. Also streaming it onto MakerDeck. Thank you, Kieran. I appreciate it. Appreciate you keeping an eye on things. Always, always, always. Hopefully, by doing this on Twitch, we'll be able to bring over more internationals. The hope is, like I said, you know, you know, if you're a maker, check out MakerDeck. If you're a gamer or a geek who loves tech, check out Locker Gnome, hosted by Chris Perillo. 24/7. You feel me? It's about positioning. We gotta flow those two together, because there are a lot of gamers out there that we need to gamers and tech lovers. Absolutely, Neff, and thank you again. Thank you again for your support. It's very appreciated immensely. Across the board. That goes to everybody. Do I need to? I do. I need to launch OBS. Oh, Robo Chris. What? Someone named Robo Chris started following me on Twitch. Where did I go? I'm right here. Although it's interesting. There we go. Chat needed to catch up. I think I sent Kieran, I think you've seen the old the old screenshots, right? I had like 300 people watching an empty chair back in the day. We're never returning to that time, but thanks again, Sonny. I think what I'm going to do is for some of those leads is wait until we have a one-pager ready, because marketers love one-pagers to better contextualize what it is that we have. So this is like the classic stream, man. This may be 5 people overnight, 5 or at least 5 cameras overnight. If not more. Well, hopefully we'll have a one-pager soon. Jen has offered to help, and we'll get that set. The one-pager's there to basically kick open the door. Like, here's what we are, here's what we do. Locker Gnome is geeky nerds offering mashup entertainment, including MakerDeck, including Chris Perillo hosting a video game stream, including Chris Perillo interviewing tech folks. All right, this is the Vader that's gonna, or Vader. This is the Yoda that's gonna guard overnight. It's gonna be your guard, DN Angel. Don't let the filament bugs bite. Ew, that did not. I don't like how that turned out. That part of the first layer, not happy with it. We'll see how the second part goes here. So they may have to restart the print. Seemingly fine. It'll be fine. Thank you, Mazup, again for all your